the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being with us today. And fun day today as we have Dr. Dudney and his staff in, and we'll give you a before and after reveal of this year's winner of Dr. Dudney's Fix Mama's Mouth. That is an annual promotion and contest that we do with Dr. Dudney and his great staff that we all use. Around a $17,000 dental makeover, 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, x-rays, you name it. Jennifer Hoffman, contestant number 3, won this year, and we will meet her in person and let you see their big reveal. And I have had a sneak peek, and wow, what a great job, and she looks beautiful. And so we will talk to her today and her daughter and let you see the before and after. So a lot happening today. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for everything about the show. We're excited to be celebrating our last year as the Rick and Bubba Show, and love all the text and emails about your history with the show and how it's impacted you. And we read all of those, and we thank you so much for the correspondence. You can always click on contact at rickandbubba.com, and you'll see all the social links, emails, ways to communicate with the show. It's all there at rickandbubba.com. All right, well, let's bring in the other half over here to my left. It's Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, man.
What's happening, dude?
Oh, just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah. Well, I know Taylor Burgess, your son, Coach Burgess, getting ready for another big high school football season.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? We're kicking another one off.
In the state of Alabama, and I think they start Thursday, right?
They do. They start. They'll be playing Grayson High School out of Georgia, where he used to coach.
Isn't that crazy?
Which is funny.
Yeah.
And on ESPN2.
Yeah.
So it ought to be good.
Yeah, that's good. That's cool. So for those of you around the country, Thompson High School, where he coaches, they will be on ESPN2 Thursday evening. So if you want to kind of get an idea what we're always talking about, if you're not in the Birmingham area, then you can check out ESPN2. But I was thinking about him, and the reason I was thinking about him is because I was getting a Atlanta Braves update, and I know he's everything Braves.
I bet he's on top of it.
And I think Ellis gets it too from him, right?
They all love them. Yeah, they got him a good Brave hat.
Good. Well, I saw, they've been hit with the injury bug, and I've kind of been out of Major League Baseball being able to follow it or whatever, but I know that they have struggled at times this year. I think they just lost Austin Riley with the fracture or something. He's out for a while, but they beat the Phillies last night, who they're 6 games behind, so they're still in it. And I think they play them a total of 6 more times for the rest of the year. But I was just they had a big game last night and won. And everybody was pretty excited when it came to the Braves. I heard a couple of news broadcast on it, and also saw some ESPN them breaking it down. But it's that time of year as we kind of are getting ready on who's going to make the wild card race and all this kind of stuff. And I didn't write the Braves off, but I knew they were struggling. But they're still in it.
Well,
and I know
we made a point last year because remember the regular season they were phenomenal.
Yeah,
I mean they set records on wins.
Oh yeah,
and then go to the playoffs and ousted.
Yeah.
So we said, well, maybe this year they'll have not a great, regular season, get hot at the end.
Yeah.
Why not? The total opposite of last year.
Why not?
Basically. So,
why not?
That's probably wishful thinking.
Yeah. But how about the deal about Taylor and back to the football season deal? I always love to hear your dilemma on do I go or do I watch?
Yeah, no. When it's on ESPN, sometimes it's you go I can watch this at the house.
Yeah. You definitely are going to watch this one. But and I might have to check this one out. But it is funny that he's going back to Grayson.
Yeah. That he actually went. He sent me a picture. He was there last week because Georgia starts a week ahead, and they were playing and they were scouting them for the game. And he sent me a picture of the stadium. He said, "It's been a while since I've been here." I said, yeah.
He knew his way around, though, didn't he?
Oh, that's true.
Hey, guys, y'all just follow me.
Yeah. I know. So,
but anyway, I just thought of him because I was actually listening to an update.
I can't believe it's cranking up.
I know.
I love high school football, and I'm excited about it, but it's just hard to believe. Of course, like we say, the minute it starts, then all of a sudden we're going to go, you remember we were talking about the Grayson Thompson game? That don't seem that long ago. And
right.
It'll be over.
Well, when we did the Sports Czars, that was something we always discussed, and that was where there was a huge countdown to the season. And there was a little bit of letdown once it started because, like you're saying, you blink and it's over.
And you remember when we were doing the sports czars when we would do the high school updates?
Yes.
And it was so funny. It tells you how time flies. And we've discussed this before, but we talked about a young quarterback out of Hueytown named Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
He was a high schooler.
High school.
Okay, now look, now he's on the back end of his career
Mm-hmm.
in the NFL, and how things it's just how fast it's gone is crazy. But I remember us in that little in the production room, and we'd do the high school updates, and we'd always talk about Jameis because at first we would go, is it Jameis or Jameis? We didn't know how to say it, and then we got corrected on that.
Yeah, we did.
But that was fun. But every Friday I forget when. I guess they played it just on the sports station. I guess it was a high school update, but we would take turns doing it.
Right. You're talking about just time moving on. So, with the three boys, with of course Tyler and being 27, that's kind of another story. But with JC at 22 and Reese at 20, a lot of their friends that they played with and stuff always had they had like little brothers or little sisters that were just tiny. You want to feel old? Now some of them that were just itty bitty tiny. The football season's coming up, and they're like, they're the poster players. They're like seniors and juniors, and And
you remember them being little kids and watching their older siblings.
Right?
play.
Yeah. I'm like, so I'm my parents now saying, I remember you when you.
I remember you growing like a weed.
Just a little old thing.
Look at you now.
But they would always come to the practices, with their big brother and watch them, and just tiny little things, and now they're like big players for the high school team, and it's about to start.
It's crazy.
It is. So anyway, so the time is here. We have no more Saturdays, I guess, until the end of the year that we don't have football.
And I'm
excited
it's here. To see how the playoffs. We've discussed. I'm excited to see how that pans out.
Mm-hmm.
The new conference alignments of who joined what and who didn't. It's going to be a very interesting season.
I watched season 2. It's not like brand new, but it's been out for a while of Coach Prime on Amazon Prime, and that is
which follows their last year.
Yes, it does. It follows his last year, which is his first year at Colorado, of them kind of getting there, settling in, the spring game, the summer. The portal opening up, and them getting really a brand new roster of all new players besides I think 10 that remained, and I forget the exact
Complete
number,
rebuild.
But it went through the build up to the TCU game. And do you remember when it comes to Colorado the excitement of when they beat TCU? People couldn't believe it because the year before TCU was in the national championship game.
That's
and
right.
Lost.
I was at Taylor and them had bought a house, and we were that day moving them in, helping them move in, and we had the TV on with that game on it because I remember thinking, TCU's going to hammer them.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
They didn't. But it details like the practices leading up to that and how the staff was like, man, we're hurting because they all had all new players, and it was a mess. And then right after that, they beat Nebraska, and kind of relit that rivalry. And then they beat Colorado State. And if you remember, Colorado State coach Dog Dion, I'm bringing back memories here of wearing a hat and shades inside, and
I do remember
and
that.
And Dion took that as an insult to his mom and his upbringing, and
that's kind of a stretch, but
right. What he's basically saying, my mom didn't raise me right because of what the coach said, and they took that and fueled that as a personal deal, and so they beat Colorado State. Then they get blown out by Oregon, and then lose a close one to USC.
Yeah,
and then came back, beat I think Arizona State, and then that was their last win. They only won 4 games, but throughout the rest of that season, which this documentary kind of details, there were some close games. I'm talking about like 2 3-point losses, overtime loss, and so
I believe Oregon's the only team that just beat them bad.
Beat the mess out of them. Yeah,
they were pretty good.
Yeah, they were.
But no,
everything else they were in.
I love the behind the scenes.
Yeah, well, you'll love this too, and I know some of you because you've emailed us. Hey, y'all got to check it out. It's there, and I dove into it. Haven't seen all of them, but I'm only about an episode away from finishing it out, and it's good.
I have to watch it.
Yeah, but it is here. Football season is upon us.
Bring it up.
If you're listening live and it's the 21st of August, it's about to be real.
You talking about week 0, which is weird.
I know it is. Week 0.
But I'm fired up. I want it to cool off outside a little bit and make it perfect.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice OX to get your discount. As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix sleep quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window, a fire breaks out in the kitchen. In moments like these, every second counts. That's why you need Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe 24/7 monitoring agents, act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, assessing the situation, and sending emergency responders. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 20% on a new system today. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% on your new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are live. Myself, I'm Speedy. There's Greg over there. Again, we make these announcements just because, you come and go, and maybe you're out of the loop. The reason we're not saying Helmsy is here is his last day was Friday. He's now full-time coaching at Jack State, both men and women's tennis.
Hey,
so couldn't do it all, and so we said farewell to him. Still stays in
15-year run.
Yeah, still stays in touch and all that. All is good. It's just he's not going to be here anymore, and so on a day-to-day basis, full time and all that. So anyway, we just want to make that announcement again because every now and then some of you don't know.
We assume everybody's caught up on, but nobody can listen. You should, but nobody can listen 5 hours a day.
No, they cannot.
5 days a week.
No. Some of you might have been on vacation and then you got busy. You got work and. Bumped into some of those while I was on vacation, and they said, hey, it's been a minute because I changed my jobs, and all this kind of stuff, and so I don't get to listen the way I do, but I'm picking it back up, so there might be some of those. And Paul Wilson, a good friend of mine, where I was, his condo down in Pensacola Beach, just absolutely beautiful, and I was telling him, man, it is exactly what Terry and I needed. Gosh, it was so nice. It was so nice. Every time I tell somebody it was just the two of us and we had no schedule, and every day. Terry said, I wonder how many times a day we've asked each other, what do you want to do? And the response was, I don't care. What do you want to do?
It's not
that's just what it was. Speaking of couples, Jennifer Lopez. Good night,
Shocking
alive.
news.
What's her deal, man? I think she has filed, I think this is her fourth divorce.
Yes, I think so. And
she's filed for divorce.
Maybe it's you,
Yeah.
Of course, Ben Affleck, buddy, you knew what you were getting in to here. But again, rumors are flying. We're laughing about it. But there are people who are probably physically upset about it.
Yeah,
these celebrity worshipers. But I tell you what, just interesting. They said they did not sign a prenup.
No.
So without a prenup, all their earnings, profits, assets that they made during their union are now considered community property. Does that mean you got to split everything?
I guess so. But it's kind of weird because even the folks close to Jennifer, her own friend, says they're fed up with her antics and the way she acts. But she filed for divorce for the fourth time with Ben Affleck, developing a very tense situation. Everybody close to it is saying it's ending her fourth marriage. And she's 55, he's 52, and they said that they listed the date here in the paperwork as April 26th this year.
Okay.
And that they've got a lot going on, since they've been married. She's done a couple of movies, and, he's got this deal now going where him and Matt Damon put a lot of stuff out. So he's been busy as well.
It says, and of course, I don't keep up with. And of course, now movies are weird anyway.
Yeah.
Some go to theaters.
Right.
It said he made an estimated $38 million last year off of. He had a movie called Air. Didn't see it. No, I did. That's about Michael Jordan, right? Is that it?
I think it. Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, I did see that. Hypnotic. Didn't see that. And then The Instigators. He produced it. And he just did you ever see the movie The Accountant when he was
by the way,
that's
good. That was good.
Accountant 2 is coming out. So they say, he earned some money.
Yeah.
And everything he's earned, she gets half of.
Right.
And then they bought like a $60 million house. That's $60 million.
Yeah. And they were saying they were trying to work through that.
Listen to this: 12 bedrooms, 24 bathrooms. What do you need 24 bathrooms? How about that? So they're going to do something with that.
So all right. So she's worth $400 million net.
Yeah,
that's what they said.
Yeah,
400, right? Okay,
I think you're right. Yeah.
And since she's put out 4 films since they've been married.
Okay, so that what she's made off of them is considered,
including her $20 million self-funded project, This Is Me Now, a love story, which documents the couple's rekindled romance.
Oh, hush, please.
No.
So she made a documentary about the rekindled romance.
Yeah. Well, she's also got a cocktail line that she launched in 2023, and so was set to embark on a new world tour in support of her latest album, This Is Me Now. So I guess that's a new album, and they put a documentary out, I guess.
Didn't she have to cancel that?
I guess so. She said it was canceled weeks before kickoff. Here it is. So she could focus on the family.
A lot of people say it's because they weren't great pre-sale tickets.
Yeah, true.
You know, true enough. We'll see.
So yeah, I mean, but Affleck and Matt Damon, they got something going on with what they're doing.
Oh yeah, they always
and so yeah, so it is. It's kind of a little. They say that even though Ben is taking the high road here, that she claims she was tired of being humiliated by him.
Wow.
And she wanted to wait until the 2-year anniversary to announce their divorce, so it could sting a little bit. But
and admitted that.
But apparently it did not sting him. He's
he remains unstung.
They say he's been done for a long time, and deep down she knows this. So we'll see. She's just wanting him to look like the villain and not her. But at one point, it's kind of like with the Larry King joke that we always used to have. And I know a lot of you probably don't even know who he is. I think he was married 6 times.
Oh yeah.
At what point do you say, okay, it's me?
Well, it's you or you're the unluckiest person that has ever lived. You just cannot find the right person.
Yeah. The selection of men, I know, we could discuss that, but at some point you have to say, okay, maybe it's me, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. When you get to that level, that they were saying something about. They were talking about some of the money that like per month what they're
rent
and did I say $100,000 a month
for some places.
That's just a different league. That's a different world.
That's money that's just crazy.
Where are you on her as an actor or actress? Excuse me. In some of the stuff
she's got some decent movies.
Yeah.
I don't just rush out when I see her name on the billboard and go, oh my goodness, I must see it.
Yeah.
Now her music, it just ain't my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there are people that love it, but that is not my deal.
You don't listen to it on the way in?
I don't. I really don't. I know you do while you're working out.
Yeah, if I did.
I get it. But it's just not my deal.
Yeah. Her friends, Jennifer's friends, have suggested that she needs to look inside herself. Back to, hey, when do you look at yourself, as she's filed for divorce with Ben.
Well, dadgummit, I thought they had a chance.
You mean to tell me?
You mean to tell me that after a long 2-year marriage, I'm sorry. That way stick it out. Hey, they gave it 2 years.
Right.
Really less than that because this has been going on a while.
Mm-hmm.
Probably gave it about a year.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, man. And they still have projects they've worked on together while being married, so that's going to be uncomfortable. So anyway, there's your biggest entertainment story of the day. In case you're wondering, that happened after yesterday's show and announced.
They might want to axe that documentary about the rekindled love story.
Let's put that on hold. Let's pull that one off.
Let's go and pull that out. we don't need to show that one.
I love how I wanted to wait to the 2-year anniversary of our love and our wedding to file for divorce, so it would sting.
Well,
it doesn't sting. I'm
actually
out.
It's a relief.
So if it doesn't sting him and he wants to be gone, that means that there is some crazy there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think we got a little evidence.
I don't think one side owns the crazy. I'm sure there's a little bit of it all, but who would have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it?
They didn't make it.
I can't believe it. I'm so disappointed.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Also, you can text that line, and that is 866-932-3244. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice OX. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox. BIGVOX. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG and then V as in voice, OX to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour. I'm Speedy. There is Greg.
Hey.
Hey. And we thank you for being with us today. We have Dr. Dudney and his staff next hour scheduled to be here, and you will meet Jennifer Hoffman. She was contestant number 3 in this year's Fix Mama's Mouth, and she won a $17,000 dental makeover, 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, x-rays, and we have some before and after pictures, and I have seen them, and she is just
grinning from ear to ear.
Just so happy.
That's
and
awesome.
Just beautiful, and they did another great job, another success story.
There you go.
And so we'll introduce you to her and her daughter, Caitlin, and that'll be a great celebration next hour, so don't miss that. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central as well, as the days just churn on, and here we are. There's another one in football season. I know for all of you that love high school football, different states have started on different weeks. The state of Alabama, 7A starts this week. I don't know if other classifications are behind or they're all the same. I think they are too. And we always talk about Coach Taylor Burgess, Greg's son, who coaches at Thompson High School. And for those of you around the country that want to kind of look into that world and see what we're always talking about, they play on ESPN2 Thursday night. And they play Grayson out of Georgia, where he's coached. So that'll be fun. We've updated you there.
That'll be a good ball game.
Greg's still upset about Jennifer Lopez.
I'm trying to work through
Ben Affleck filing for divorce. So
Speedy, I just thought they were going to make it.
You're all upset about it.
This was finally it.
But you brought up a name as we were actually coming out of break. There was 2 things you were mentioning that are really interesting to me. Steve McNair and the documentary that everybody's kind of starting to talk about as it's being teased and it's coming out. And did you say Netflix is what it's going to be?
Netflix has a series called Untold.
Yes.
And it's a series of sports documentaries.
Okay.
And this one is entitled The Murder of Aaron McNair.
Because
it did end tragically for Steve. Now, we were huge fans, and you were the stadium guy. And, I was pulling for them. That's the last time I was really into pro football.
Yeah.
And because Taylor was young, and he loved them.
Oh, yeah.
And we would pull for them like we do our favorite college team.
Oh, it was an exciting time. I'll tell you this, just behind the scenes, and I've mentioned this before, but it's been a long time. Being the stadium guy for the Titans for, I think, 8 years total? Yeah. You know how I am with years, so be careful there. I would have a routine, and I was there during the Steve McNair, Eddie George years and all this, okay, Wycheck and all that. There for the miracle, and by the way, I think a tease about this shows McNair and then Rick's in the background.
Yeah,
it's
you can see Rick.
It's the picture that never dies.
Y'all are on the sideline.
Anyway, I used to love pregame because I would have to get there early, and we had our pregame production meeting where we go through and we look at the scripts and all the different hits that we have to do around the stadium, and we kind of organize that, and then we're like, okay, everybody, there you go, and then I would talk to the crew, and they'd say, let's meet in section 3, whatever, for best seats in the house. That'll be our first one. Let's meet this time. But then once we did that, sometimes you had 45 minutes of just kind of, all right, I'm here. We've had our meeting. Now I'm kind of hanging out. And so I would go to the sideline and just watch pregame. And sometimes before we would go up to get ready for the first hit, I would be in the tunnel when the teams came out, and they would leave the locker room.
A lot of big guys.
Yeah, a lot of big guys. You just really see how big they are.
Yeah.
And everybody would kind of come out and line up at the tunnel before they come run out and everything. Well, as they exited the locker room, Steve McNair and Eddie George would always stand there and give everybody, high fives and let's go.
Being leaders.
Right. And they would wait till everybody is out of the locker room. Not one other person is in the locker room. And then they left.
Yeah.
And then they would have a moment where they would all right, let's go, man, kind of just between the two of them. And I would always enjoy that because you could tell how much they cared about each other and how excited they were about the game and stuff like that. It was just such a cool time, and he was always so nice. And then to hear, and then I couldn't have been more shocked when I heard how it ended. It was so bizarre.
The first time I saw him, he was a sophomore in college. Dad was coaching at Jack State, had a really good team, and they played Alcorn State. And Dad said, they got a sophomore quarterback supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's not going. Now, they couldn't stop Jacksonville. They didn't know how to stop the option.
Right.
And we went way up early. Well, he settled down the second half and ended up being like 50-something to 40-something. he got hot and got to slinging it. Now, again, they couldn't stop Jack Stay. But, boy, because the first half we held him in check pretty good.
Yeah.
But they came out second half. And like I say, he was just a sophomore. And then his junior year, by his senior year, he was a Heisman Trophy candidate out of Alcorn, which tells you how good he was. First-round draft pick. But I remember that. I didn't know who he was. And I think his brother was one of his receivers. And like I say, once he got cranked up, he could run and he could throw. And he wasn't one of these guys that would tuck it and go. He would tuck it and go and then look downfield and find somebody wide open.
Wow. Yeah.
But he was a lot of fun to watch. And like I say, it's a tragic ending.
It really was a very tragic ending. And so for this series, does it detail kind of how far back is it going, or is it just going to talk about how it ended? I mean, does it go into detail at all?
Yeah, here's the thing about these series. That means it's one episode, I guess. So, it's going to be hard to cram them.
Yeah.
I'm looking on the text, and some person said they watched it yesterday. I didn't know
it's out already.
And they said it was kind of lacking, is what I'm saying.
Oh, man. I hate that.
Yeah.
Well, dadgummit. So it is out, because I saw they were teasing it, but we haven't. I'll get that update printed for the guys. I didn't know it had already been released.
It seems like I saw something on was it a 30 for 30? I can't remember. And there's we all know supposedly his girlfriend shot him and then shot herself.
Right.
But there are people who think that was a setup. Now, I don't know how deep that goes, and I can't remember it, but I saw something one time on it. And there's different theories that somebody else might have been involved, but I don't know.
Okay. I'm getting some updated stories here, so we'll get that going. It does say it examines the murder and all that, which you've kind of set up. But I remember hearing that, and I'm like, what? She did what?
It was,
And then I'd also remember right after it happened the conspiracy of, now hold on.
Yeah. Maybe a setup, but I don't know. Again, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
But I'm going in with low expectations.
Yeah. But you also brought up in the break another name I hadn't heard in a while, because I know he's been around the NFL and kind of shifted teams and whatever. Is Colt McCoy.
Did
you say he's retiring?
He's
from the
retiring
NFL?
after 12 seasons. He started a couple times, I think, for Washington for a little while.
Yeah.
But he never held on to a starting role. But he's made a good career, 12 seasons.
Wow.
And if you're from Alabama, you remember him in the national championship game when he played for Texas, and the big Alabama lineman hit him in the back and took him out of the game.
I do remember that.
It was a legal shot. I mean, it wasn't a cheap shot.
Right.
He was just a giant man, hit you really hard.
Yeah.
And
big time.
give.
Yeah.
But it said he's going to work on the Big Ten football sports, NBC Sports covering Big Ten football.
Okay.
So I guess he's going to go into a broadcasting. But it just doesn't seem like he's been in the league 12 seasons.
No, it does not. Because I remember that game that you're talking about and the hype surrounding it.
Oh,
and it was this big build-up. And then all of a sudden he gets hurt. Early in the game.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, so he's out.
There's one of them days you could tell he was wanting the pain to stop, and it just wouldn't.
It just
that look on your face.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not getting better.
No. And boy, I was a big man.
He crushed him too.
Good gracious. You wear all that protection stuff, but then there's just sometimes it's just you can have all the protection you want, but you get hit like that. But he did make a great career in the NFL and make the most of it. I mean, he's no Michael Orr, but back to yesterday. So he'll be on.
Well, they portrayed him as stupid.
Yeah. So NBC Sports and all that, they've got something going on, but then they do have the Big Ten channel. So will he be part of the main network, or will it just be the Big Ten network?
It says Big Ten football coverage with NBC Sports. So I guess NBC probably has a contract to show. So he'll do the game. I guess.
Cool.
I don't know if he's color analyst or sideline or what.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good.
It says NBC.
Well, thanks for the heads up. So when I see him, I'm going to be going, well, I thought you played.
Yeah,
but now we know he's stepping down and retiring after a good career in the NFL. Made the most of it for sure. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. And let's not forget Texas and Oklahoma's in the SEC.
That's weird.
Okay, let's just not forget that, because sometimes you will.
I'd already forgot it.
Yeah, ESPN's hyping that up right now as we speak. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start enough.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. I am Speedy. There sits Greg, and we got things covered until top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show. This portion of the show is brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. We have been talking about this terrific product for a while now, and if you're still on the fence, it's time to get on board. The facts are that we all want to feel better. We want to be more energetic, healthy. But a lot of times you're running on fumes and you just keep putting things off and just talking about them. Maybe you're not eating right, you're not doing better, but maybe you are and you still need help. Let us suggest Field of Greens. Fieldofgreens.com. I've been taking this product for a while now, and I can really tell when I miss a day, and I know that sounds crazy, but it's just true. It's almost like, hey, something's off. You know, Field of Greens feeds your body with fruits and vegetables medically chosen to support your heart, vital organs, and immune system. Check them out right now, and when you do, you're going to save 15% off plus free rush shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX, and when you do, it's going to unlock those savings, 15% and free rush shipping. That's fieldofgreens.com, promo code BIGVOX, VOX, BIGVOX, all together. Save 15% today. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling back. There's a story here, Greg, that every now and then comes up, and that is someone bitten by a snake sitting on the toilet.
I know, and that may be one of the most horrific things to think about.
You don't want to think about it.
I mean,
you don't.
That's no place for a snake to show up and bite.
No. Who wants that? I always have the question, okay, are people just not looking, or does the snake come out after you're sitting and like surprise you? And surely, but some people might just sit down and it's in there and they don't see it. I would think they would.
No, it must be back in the plumbing and it comes out.
Yeah, I guess so. But a Thai man has been bitten in the boys.
See, I'm gonna say it's because of their sewer system over there. And they're probably not very,
Yeah.
And it's easy to get. I think, hopefully, especially if you have your own septic tank, surely, I don't know.
All right, so we have a man. He was bitten. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, about where you thought he would
be. He beat the snake to death with a toilet brush. Horrifying pictures.
Oh, you got pictures?
Oh, I do.
Not of where you don't have pictures of where he got bit, though, right?
It was a 12-foot python
coming out of the toilet.
It was hidden in the U bend of his home toilet. Okay, so right there at the U, we can all see it, and there it comes. And they say that his bathroom was a mess at the aftermath.
Oh yeah, I bet. Dead snake. I beat it to death with a toilet brush.
Boy, I can't really quote him here, but he said
I got a bite to a bad place.
He says, I felt something biting.
Yeah, I'll do it. I bet it took him a second.
And I'm going to leave it there. Now. It was very painful.
Yes. Yes, it would be.
So I quickly put my hands in the toilet to see what was wrong, and I was shocked that when I grabbed a snake.
Golly. So, time out. His first move is to run his hands off in his toilet.
Oh, my gracious, the pictures. I quickly stood up and plucked it out. Oh, the pain, he said. It was so bad. I'm just going to, I can't read that. Oh, all the pictures. Oh, bless his heart. Oh, good night. That's a big one right there. 12 feet.
12-footer, buddy. That's a 12-footer.
He quickly went to the hospital to receive treatment. The doctors told him he wouldn't need stitches, and the wound was not deep enough for that, but that it would heal up in a couple of weeks. And so he feels lucky now that it wasn't a venomous snake and just a python.
Yeah.
Because he said a cobra would have killed me or something.
Absolutely it would have.
But it just goes back to the snake in the toilet thing. We hear that a lot.
It's like a nightmare.
Yes, it is.
It's worst case scenario. I'm going there.
Yeah. And they sit here in this story.
Scariest thing possible.
Yeah, they sit here in this story and they're like, hey, 2016, this happened. 2020, this happened. It just talks about all the...
I bet you'll be looking at the toilet now when you go use it. Huh? Before you sit down.
Well, we all probably do.
Look
but,
around, all right, where you at?
Sometimes it's just a routine and maybe you miss something. I would think you would see that. It's a 12-footer.
Yeah.
But it was all up in the U-bend, and so it wasn't all the way out and came on out. Dang the luck.
It didn't like somebody blocking its light, I guess.
Guess not.
Hey, it got dark in here.
What in the world? Take a bite of that.
That's tough. That's a tough one. That's, like I say, that falls right there on the worst case scenario. I don't want to deal with that ever.
Right. So the pictures I was looking at
Can't even use a bathroom.
Was the aftermath of him freaking out and taking care of the snake, and then just what it looked like afterwards.
That's crazy.
You know, we've all, well, this is a mess right here. This is an absolute.
Let him be.
Let him be. Let him be.
Let him lay
He's
there.
okay, but that's just another story that has come out.
Thanks, Speedy.
All right, so we've talked a little bit in the past
I'm horrified to go to the bathroom.
about Whataburger and the hype that surrounds it.
We got a new one in Jacksonville.
Cuz, man, he'll go out of the way to get to a Whataburger.
Cuz Strickland said the Whataburger's the greatest thing he's ever experienced.
Good night. So, and you kind of, I was like, yeah, it's a good burger, but I mean,
okay.
you know, it's not, you know, JC's the same way. He was bragging the other day. Guess what I got? I'm like, what? And where do you fall?
I've only had put it this way, there's a new one in Jacksonville. And of course, when it first opened, you couldn't even get in there.
Yeah.
The drive-thru was backed out on Pelham.
Right.
But I haven't been there, and I've only eaten probably twice in my life, and it's good.
Okay.
I guess. I mean, but it ain't nothing, you know. I know what their goal is for you to take a bite and go, what a burger.
Yes.
But I haven't had that happen.
Is that the tone and everything?
Yeah, what a burger.
Okay. Well, they're in the news today because they have an employee that has retired after 54 years with a fast food chain. I didn't know they had been around for 54 years. 54 years out of Texas.
54 years.
They threw a big party, and they have the story how she's been working there for 54 years. And
I kind of want to know what her job was.
Yeah. She said it was love at first bite in 1970. That's when she went to work for Whataburger.
But good for her.
And she's never left.
She's seen
still working behind the counter. Look at that smile.
She's seen a lot of burgers cooked. Think about it.
Yeah. It's funny too because in this story she talked about how she had been there so long she had seen, and it's a little bit like this show, to be honest with you, because we'll have people come in the golden ticket seats and go, "Hey, I came as a kid, and now I'm a grown man or a woman with a family." And I was raised on Rick and Bubba, whatever. She said she had been there so long that she saw families come through that remembered when they were a kid and they were grown, you know, and the stories behind it. But I have been there a couple of times, but some of you are obsessed with this thing, and to the point where you go out of your way to get to it.
Maybe that's why it's been hyped so much to me.
Yeah,
that I expected too much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's good. It's nothing bad about it.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, but it's not.
Ain't no Freddy's.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, it's good.
Right. Going to the break, I will say this because I saw this on the text line. I did see Twisters.
Did you really?
Yes, everybody has.
Did you rent it?
On Apple.
Dropped to $25 on it, huh?
Yeah, on Apple you could either rent it or buy it, and it's like for what, $4 more you could buy it. So why not do that? You know,
so you're going to continually watch it?
I don't think I will, but at least it's in the library to where it's available
Twisters
on a day that you know.
Any count?
You
didn't like it?
No, I mean it's just it wasn't.
You got a look on your face.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me get Adler up here.
So you didn't like it?
Where are you at, Adler? Oh, here you are. Good night.
That's tough.
What's up, bud?
So Twister, the original. I forgot to tell you this, buddy. I watched the entire thing this weekend with my wife.
The original?
The original.
Is it not the greatest?
You've seen it before, though.
Adler, don't you talk bad about it.
I had not seen it in probably 20 years or so. Yeah. And it is not a good movie.
Adler.
You mean the evil?
How dare you?
Evil weatherman?
Bum 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 bum. Here comes Wesley from Princess Bride.
Yes. Also, Days of Thunder.
Don't talk about it.
Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt need to get a room. My goodness, they're all hugging each other in front of the new.
Well, they still love each other. They hadn't seen each other, and he's back.
I mean, they're hugging on each other in front of the new fiance the entire movie.
Yeah.
My goodness, get a room.
Oh, they had cows.
Rick and Bubba.
here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour has begun. We thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Thanks for being here. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we go. So we unpack another hour on another day, and we are thankful that you are here. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess knocked out a kickoff hour for you. Eddie Ben Adler joins the fray with the YouTube option. Hello to the tubers. Whether you're watching live or archived, or maybe you have a best of hour because you're a Blaze TV subscriber. We're glad that you are here. America's boldest radio stations to give you the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Our TuneIn app is available if you don't have an affiliate. All those are live options. Archives include the YouTube channel, as I mentioned, and also our podcast audio archives available every day. So there's no reason to miss the show, whether that be live or go back to the archives and pick up any part that you might have missed. It's all available to you now, live and on your own time. So we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Wilson! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere across the fruited plain, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Bad company, moving on.
Bad company.
Bubba, we have much to celebrate today. We have just a long line of Fix Mama's Mouths over the 30-plus years that we've been doing this, now working to finish out year 31. And today, we will meet another mama who's had her mouth fixed. What a day.
What a life-changing event this can be. I am looking forward to seeing it.
And what's been fun...
Dr. Dudney with his magical hands.
Dudney is here
life-changing.
And ready to go. You know what's funny, too, is watching the flashbacks from Turner South and wherever Adler finds these things. On the YouTube option, we looked, was it last week? When we looked up and it was going through your dental makeover.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was last week. It was the end of last week?
Something like that. And we look up and we're like, well, there's when Bubba got it done. There it was documented.
Oh, yeah. They had me in the chair.
Yeah. So that was an interesting.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. And so today we'll look at another one of those. It'll be a great celebration. We'll hear the great story. And all of you that voted for her, and now we have the final product. So we have that today. Wednesday Bible studies back today on the YouTube channel. That's later. That'll be noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. We continue to walk through the Hall of Fame of Faith in Hebrews chapter 11 and our study of Hebrews today. So that'll be there, and the archive will be for you out a little bit later on. And I know the kickoff hour talked about it, but this thing keeps coming up over and over throughout our years together, and that is the miracle in the Music City, the Music City miracle.
We saw it firsthand.
We were
mere
there.
feet away.
Can I tell you something on that note? Side note, jump over here for just a minute. So we often is left out is our halftime performance. When we were
that was one of the more physically challenging moments we had on the show.
Bubba and I had to wear helmets
I've seen the pictures.
and catch punts out of that punt machine. And if we dropped it, the audience lost. And if we caught it, they all got pizza or something.
Yeah, and they had people all year. We saw them doing it. This was a playoff game.
Yeah.
And they would boo them maniacally.
Oh, yeah.
If they
Crazy
missed
booing.
it.
Crazy
And
booing.
I don't remember seeing anybody catch it before us. Now, I'm sure somebody
I'm
did.
sure they did.
But I remember,
did.
I remember seeing one or two hit people on top of the head because they had the big lineman mask on. So it was hard to see out of. I'll give you that.
It was.
Helmet's pretty heavy, but I remember them booing them to the point I felt sorry for the people on the field.
If you were in the stands and pizza was up, wouldn't you boo them?
Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah. And then Bubba and I.
Cost me a piece of pizza.
And then we caught the punt, and that wasn't enough. And then we ran over the mascot, or I did, for a touchdown.
I juked. You ran over him.
I ran over him.
Yeah.
And did score.
It was cold, and the wind was blowing, Rick. Oh, my gosh. I thought that ball, it looked like it was a jumping bean coming down.
This kid did not have that kind of environment as far as the crowd is big because it's preseason or the weather. But I saw on Reels today, and I guess it's this year, the Packers and all their preseason stuff brought a kid out, put a Packers helmet on him, and that little kid, this is going to blow your mind, looks like the kid couldn't have been more than 13, 12, somewhere in there. He caught not one, not two, but three, and never put the first ball down.
Really?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and they were seeing if he could, and they were seeing if he could do it.
Yeah.
And that little kid caught three balls, and he would take one, put it over, they'd kick another, he'd catch it,
Oh,
and
that's
they'd
cool.
do the third one. And it was now he didn't have the weather conditions we had, but pretty impressive.
Yeah,
but,
that is. I have to give him that.
But anyway, the flashback now, apparently Netflix, is this Untold Stories? Is this
Yeah, they got
I think you kind of felt sorry for what you said about him.
No, I really didn't. He's that stupid.
I was about to say, Speedy, did you ask Greg if he ever felt bad about saying anything bad about anything?
No,
I just wanted that
gullible
response.
human that ever lived.
Yes.
That's what I was looking for.
It's only the Grinch whose heart grew 3 sizes. Greg, we thought did when he had grandkids, but going back in time and grabbing an apology from Greg, that's a tough one.
Well,
yeah, it is.
don't have much.
Yeah, but
Rick, everything's been said and done.
but anyway, so this McNair Untold Story has now got everybody seeing again this moment when Bubba and I were on the sidelines, and now I'm getting the pictures of me standing behind McNair and people. There was a number of emails again overnight. So
That's
people,
funny.
So people, there it is. So people are watching that on Netflix right now. And
Rick,
so,
you're on the Netflix preview screen.
Oh, am I? Okay, there. Is that that is the preview?
Look at that.
You're in it. You actually look bigger than he does.
Well, remember we've taught our
It's
kids.
like it's a story about you.
Yeah, we've done
McNair just hanging around.
Right. We've done the stories where we've taught our kids how to position yourself behind certain people to get on TV, and we're as good at it as anybody.
Yeah.
So and that one was a good one since it's so historic. So that'll be around a while there.
That's
That's
fun.
it.
Yeah, that's funny. So I'm getting tons of emails about that right now. So, and I know y'all talked about it. A little
Did
bit,
Rick shoot Steve McNair? I mean, you look like you're part of the story.
so. Yo, that wasn't me. A lot of lessons on the Steve McNair story, and they're not just football.
No.
But there's also some theories out there. Maybe it may not all be as it seems.
Here we go.
Sure, conspiracy. Why not?
There it is.
Hadn't had one this week.
We'll get into that later, but right now let's say hello to our winner and fix Mama's mouth. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ought not to be surprised that it's offensive and people,
But to lie about it just because you
Calling my friend. Welcome.
Hey, thank you guys. Hey, this morning you were talking about going up and seeing South Dakota and the mountain up there with all the presidents' faces.
Yeah.
Well, why don't y'all come down to Atlanta, and we'll all grab some chisels. We'll put ollies right there in the middle. Put Rick on one side, Bubba on the other. Maybe we could throw Forrest Gump in there or something.
Man, that would be huge, Stu. Thanks.
Well, cracking a brew, listening to you guys, rock on.
Thank you, Stu.
A little early for that,
I'm working all night.
What time is it?
Nice
He must
job.
have just got off.
Nice job, yeah.
Let's go to Chris, Tuscaloosa, listening on B101.7. Hey, welcome to the program, Chris.
Good morning. Mr. North, I got an email this week. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, Chris.
Yes, sir. I got an email this week that said you had a line on Osama back in 87.
Yeah, I mean, that email goes all around the world about twice a year. This is a great story because it's not true. I mean, it says that I told Al Gore during the hearings in the summer of 87 that Osama bin Laden was a terrible threat. Well, here's the truth. They were asking me about the security system at the house, and I told them it was there because Abu Nidal, a well-known assassin and terrorist, had threatened my family. He actually listed my name on a list of people he was going to kill. And then in February 11th, 1987, sent 7 assassins to my house from the People's Committee for Libyan Students. Now, thankfully, the FBI picked them up on the way. They grabbed us, picked us up, brought us down to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, where we once lived, hid us out down there for 2 weeks, and then brought us home, where we live with 35 federal agents until I retired from the Marines. And by the way, they drink a lot of coffee. I mean, just...
I bet you got to scramble a lot of eggs for that bunch.
Abu Nidal, it turns out, at the time he was working for Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, he went from there to Damascus, Syria, and he went from Damascus, Syria to Baghdad, where, by the way, he's found dead, last year, found dead, 4 headshot suicide, the only 4 headshot suicide in history.
Where were you at that week?
This is the guy.
Where were you at on the book tour?
4 headshot suicide.
A little tough to reload, isn't it?
Well, you know, and this guy didn't miss very often. He killed over 900 people. This guy's a brutal assassin. And so you can only assume that somebody who in Baghdad, Iraq, of all places. And, of course, while we were over there, Abu
You mean
Abbas,
a terrorist was over in Baghdad?
You're
like
kidding.
From another place?
You got to be kidding.
What? The 9 gnomes who were debating last night apparently don't know that. Abu Abbas, the guy that hijacked the cruise ship Achille Lauro,
right,
who the Italians, these are our friends, the Italians, our NATO allies,
right,
had helped escape in 1986. We'd hunted this guy for 18 years. Where'd we find him? Baghdad. I mean, Baghdad was terror central. Afghanistan used to be Terror U. That was where they trained him. And in Baghdad, you had the financial center where Saudi money is washed through the Iraqis and handed out to the terror families all over the Middle East, the people, the jihadists. And, of course, Saddam Hussein is behind this whole thing. Appreciate your call, Chris.
So the Saudis, not our friends, are our friends?
Here's what you got to ask yourself. Here's a quiz.
Straight up.
Here's this morning's quiz question. You ready? This is 15 of the 19 who hijacked 4 airplanes 2 years ago were from what country?
Saudi Arabia.
Okay. 4 people are now being sought by the FBI on a BOLO. Be on the lookout. The definition of all this stuff is in the Jericho sanctions. There's a BOLO, worldwide BOLO, out for 4 guys, 2 of whom are from Saudi Arabia. I mean, the guys who blew up the truck in front of the UN headquarters in Baghdad a couple of weeks ago, the truck came from Syria, but the people driving are from Saudi Arabia. The terrorists who blew up the Jordanian embassy in Baghdad 3 weeks ago, or a month ago, were from, come on, Saudi Arabia. The money that finances much of the terrorism by Osama bin Laden is coming from
Saudi Arabia.
And Osama bin Laden's family is from
Saudi Arabia.
Are they our friends?
Let me ask this. Why don't we just call it like you just did?
I'll tell you why. At the State Department, the State Department of the United States of America in Foggy Bottom, Washington, well named. Foggy Bottom, the State Department is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Royal Kingdom. And in part because the people who come and go out of the State Department...
Well, why don't W call them out?
Well, because, I'll tell you why. And this goes back to when I was working for President Reagan. In 1984, when we're doing a lot of things that were very, very dicey.
Nicaragua is free today.
Okay. But in the State Department in those days, one of the very senior State Department officials takes me aside one day as I'm walking out of a meeting at the State Department. He puts his arm around, he's kind of a fatherly kind of, I was a young, brand new, just made lieutenant colonel. Puts his arm around me and he says, you know, Ollie, he says, you and I are professionals. You're a professional military guy. I'm a professional Foreign Service officer.
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We have a lot to cover, and one thing we enjoyed over the 30-plus years, and most of that, we did the promotion Fix Mama's Mouth with Dr. Dudney. Dr. Dudney is back today, and boy, Dr. Dudney, here we are again. I mean, one of those wonderful, wonderful days where we see the end result. Christy also here from Dr. Dudney's team, and
Christy is ready today.
She is revved up and ready, and continues to ignore our suggestion, maybe one less cup of coffee. So Dudney, here we are again.
Yes, indeed, Rick. It's
Yeah,
great
here we
to
are
be
again.
here.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about Jennifer's journey. She came to see you, and you said, and it all went well.
You know, she's again the winner. So you know, we didn't have anything to do with that. The audience, your listening audience, chose her, and I'm sure, hopefully, she's happy that she got the most votes. But yeah, it's always interesting. You know, we've been doing this quite a while now. It's over 20 years. So you see the pictures, and you're not really sure what you're going to see when you actually look in the mouth. Yeah. But fortunately, it wasn't too bad. She just had some issues going on, and some teeth that were darker, and wasn't, more color and a little bit of shaping and things like that. But it wasn't like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do here? It wasn't that bad.
So let's tell everybody, because some of them may be new to this. This is about a $17,000 dental makeover. What exactly did you do? What all did you do?
Well, basically, she has a combination there. Some of the teeth have veneers on. Veneers, like we've talked about before, is just a thin shell of porcelain. It's a minimally invasive procedure. We love doing when we can because you're not having to drill a lot of tooth. Right. But if there's a crown on a tooth already, or if there's a lot of breakdown or something in the tooth, you may have to do a more invasive type restoration like a crown. So she had kind of like a combination of both. And she had a tooth that my associate, Dr. Bronte, actually, did he take tooth out? Yeah, took tooth out, and we did a bridge where the tooth was missing in the space there. Well, the tooth that was broken down.
We received the letter from the daughter, Caitlin, and Caitlin is here. Hello, Caitlin.
Hey, Caitlin.
Hey, welcome to the show. Glad you're here today. And so here, her name, Caitlin Locke, and she says, I'm entering Jennifer Hoffman, and Jennifer's over there, my mother. I'm entering her because she does so much for me and my little family. She deserves this so much. She pours any free time she has into helping me with two small children, whether it be at the ball field or at my house. She is always helping us out in any way she can. Financially, she isn't able to afford a new smile. She works a full-time job Monday through Friday and has been with the company she works at for almost 10 years. Every dime she makes goes to her bills, and she's solely responsible for that due to being a single. And now you put grandma, but she said you would have a stroke if that got on the air. It sadly did. But they call her Nene. Nene. Okay, Nene. So, but that, so hello, Nene. And
Nene.
And having a one-person household income. So thank you for this opportunity. Fingers crossed that my best girl wins. So Jennifer made the three finalists, and then the audience voted, Caitlin, for your mama to win it. So here she is, Jennifer Hoffman. Hey, Jennifer.
Hey, Jennifer.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, Bubba, you spoke about this, about how this does change people's life. Tell us what this has done for you, Jennifer. Were you a little bit shocked the first time you looked in the mirror?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Completely new me. Yeah. It was, I mean, I've had that smile for so long, and to see the new one, it was a shock.
When did you discover your daughter had entered you in this?
Well, she had called me, or as a matter of fact, texted me and said, "Mama, I need a picture of your teeth." And I'm
that's a tough transition.
Yeah,
that's a tough transition.
I'm like, what? She said, "Just give me a big smile showing your teeth." I'm like, I don't trust you. I don't know what you're doing. And then after she did enter me, I found out. I said, I do not want my teeth all over Facebook and for the world to see. This is embarrassing.
You mean like it is?
But now it's like, I am so thankful. Like, if it hadn't have been for her entering, and I just found out she did it last minute. I didn't realize it was last minute.
So, Caitlin, what was it like for you to sit here and see Mom? I mean, you're accustomed to it, I guess, now. But look at, I mean, what beautiful work, you guys.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, you can see the before and after. I think it speaks for itself, really. It's a huge shock. She does not look like the same person to me. So
a whole new me.
A huge blessing.
Do you find yourself smiling more now?
All the time.
Absolutely. She never closes her mouth now.
All the time.
It feels weird to actually have mom actually approve a picture of herself.
Yeah.
And we hear, is this Harper right?
This is Harper.
Harper.
Hey, Harper.
One of your grandkids.
Yeah.
Hey, Harper.
Yes,
How are
this
you?
is,
You are.
She's Harper's best Nene's best girl.
She's just now waking up, apparently.
Yeah, she sees
saw herself on the monitor.
She sees herself there, and that's great. Well, a beautiful work again. I know we always talk about everybody that's involved in this, but these artists, and you say they are artists that make the teeth incredible. I mean, it just, and Bubba, you've had them for how many years now?
Oh, gosh, that's
21.
Yeah, because you always say it becomes your teeth.
Oh yeah, you don't even think about it. I don't even give it a second thought.
Yeah,
I'm really thankful you brought that up, because the laboratory is, they're responsible for so much of the final result. And working with them, something I've done. I've worked with the same lab for over 20 years, and Gary Vaughn at Core Dental Designs he's talented. He's an artist, and he's a great guy. He's a classy guy. He does wonderful work, and I love working with him. And he's made the difference for a lot of our patients' lives, and I couldn't do it without him. Couldn't do it without what they do.
So, Caitlin, when did you hear that your mom had won? Did you know, or did Dudney and them contact you before you knew?
I didn't hear immediately, but my husband was on Facebook, like, just scrolling, and he was like, she won. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he showed me, and I lost it. I was screaming, like, so excited. And when I told her, she didn't believe me.
Yeah,
she thought I was telling a story.
Was that your reaction, Jennifer? You were like, y'all were messing with me?
Yeah, absolutely. And then I still didn't believe it until I think I had my first visit, and I was making the drive over. We're 3 hours from here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So all the way, I just smiled like all the way over. I'm so excited, but nervous at the same time, because of course, nobody likes to go to the dentist.
But
Everybody loves to come see us.
But the Dudney's office, they changed all that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really doesn't qualify under the name dentist, even though it is.
Right. Yeah. Family now, honestly, and I really appreciate you guys. This has been an amazing experience, and truly loving my new smile, and I thank y'all.
And are you glad that your daughter, even though it made you a little uncomfortable to begin with? Yeah, you ain't mad about it now, are you?
Absolutely. Very thankful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is, really. It is. For Mother's Day, especially.
Yeah. Well, you look fantastic. And congratulations.
Thank you.
And Caitlin, great work. Even though you did it last minute, you got it done. You got a lot going on too, but you still made it happen. And we keep hearing this story over and over again, and our families feel the same way. I mean, Dudney and Christy and everybody at his office, they do treat everybody like family, and you picked up on that pretty quick. So and that's the same review we always get. So well done.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, it's kind of important to me, because I've always felt like if somebody came to your house, how would you treat them?
Right.
And I said, I want us to think in our office as if somebody's coming to your home. Would you stand up and greet them and say hello and greet them warmly? Of course you would. Those are the kind of things you'd like to see when you come in, is treat someone like a friend or a family member coming to your house.
Well, y'all do that, and we can speak to that for decades. So congratulations, Jennifer Hoffman. Well done, Caitlin. And hello, Harper. You're now a YouTube star. And thank you, Dudney. Thank you, Christy. We'll be back. Thank you, all of you that voted. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And what you got to realize is you're getting too close to this guys over at the White House and the Oval Office. They are the Christmas help. This is the State Department describing the President of the United States as the Christmas
they're going to
help.
go.
Yeah, they'll come, they go, but the permanent bureaucracy resides. And so Colin Powell comes in, becomes a Secretary of State. Everybody loves him. He's a great guy. He's a wholly owned captive now of the State Department bureaucracy. You got L. Paul Bremer, who's a State Department professional. He gets in over there. He says, look, we don't want Ahmed Chalabi, who is a well-known figure, opposition leader to Saddam Hussein. We don't want him running the country, because, after all, this guy's got degrees in advanced mathematics from MIT, advanced physics from Cal Poly. He's got a PhD that he had before he was 22 years of age. He's smarter than anybody we've ever dealt with, and so we don't trust him because he's smarter than anybody at the State Department or the CIA. And so they appoint a committee of 25 to run the country. You couldn't run the Rick and Bubba show with a committee of 25. In Iraq today is to let the Iraqis quickly train up a good police force, train up a good National Guard who hate Saddam, and they hate terrorism. They don't like the foreign, the Fedayeen that have come in from Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Syria and Jordan and Yemen and Somalia. They don't like these guys, and they would take care of it. And we'll go and deal with the jihadists, because we got the people who can do it. Task Force 20, those guys, they are good at what they do. When I was over there, I saw a lot of guys I've known over the years. There's one time I'm over talking to them, because they would move in with the Marine units, and the Army units occasionally. And so I'm standing over there talking to some of these guys, and they describe themselves as the OGA, Other Government Agency. And so one of the other press guys who's out there, one of the other embedded correspondents, sees me over talking to these guys in a restricted area. Even with the Marines, there's a restricted area where you can't get. And so I'm kind of leaning against the front of a Humvee, and we're taking pictures of each other, which obviously will never be seen with the faces showing.
Yeah.
And so I walk back over to where Griff was waiting by the helicopters, and this guy from the Associated Press comes over and says, "Who are those guys?" I said, that's OGA. And of course, he doesn't know what OGA means. He says, "Oh, yeah, OGA." Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's guys from Oga.
Let's go to Shane in Gadsden, Alabama, Mix 102.9, and you can see us on Turner South. Go ahead, Shane.
How's it going, Mr. North?
I'm doing great, Shane. How are you?
I'm fine. I was going to get an opinion from you. I was in Panama and in the first Desert Storm.
Just Cause and Desert Storm, right.
It seems like, a lot of people don't talk about it, don't hear about it. It's sort of like Grenada was. I think Panama was a little bit bigger. But my question is, do you think that we did any good over there because of what's still going on in Colombia?
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, American ships are still going through the Panama Canal.
Right.
Panama is no longer, the haven for drug kingpins and washing terror money through the banking system down there. You got a democracy. It may not be all that we'd want democracy to be, but it's a fumbling, stumbling democracy working in Panama. So what you did in Panama and what we did before that in 1983 in Grenada was essential. And here's the best news. You don't have, notwithstanding the fact that there's more Americans getting shot at and kidnapped in Colombia than there are in Iraq today, you don't have that problem spreading all over Latin America. You got a leftist government or socialist or commie government in Venezuela that's a potential problem. You still got Fidel Castro down there, kind of.
You mean it's a workers' paradise?
Yeah, the workers' paradise. But I'm debating somebody in Washington the other day, and somebody says, "Well, they've got universal health care." I said, "Yeah, but they can't leave the place without getting shot at. Are you nuts?"
Yeah, but have you seen how they do surgery? That's the problem.
Yeah, have you seen anybody?
They haven't got anesthesia yet.
I said, look, if next time you need an operation, right, you're going to need cancer treatment, are you going to go to Havana or are you going to go to, the Mayo Clinic? I mean, think about this.
Oh, yeah, you don't see
You wouldn't even go to Canada.
Has anybody ever seen anybody floating in a pickup truck trying to get to Cuba? Anybody?
Well, there was one guy, documented history, but he was fixing to be exterminated for a capital offense. And he escaped to Cuba.
But the good news, Elian and his daddy are cracking sugar corn for us
That's
today.
right.
Sugar cane.
Thank you, Generino.
Yeah. Elion's having a good time. I know while he's out there in the sugarcane field today, he's going, boy, I tell you what, I don't miss Disney World at all.
Did she scare you like she scared us?
Oh, listen, think of having a good general.
Reno?
Hey, let's do this. We got somebody who's practicing a religion we don't like. Let's burn them down. Thank you.
10 minutes past. We'll be back. 877 We Be Big is our number. Oliver North, our guest.
Duck!
And here we go. We're back. Thanks for being with us today, celebrating the latest winner, Fix Mama's Mouth. As we work our way back, we're not going to get into it much right now. We may later, but when you're watching the Democrat National Convention, the Democrats, while claiming you should fear others for doing that they might do to you what they already have proven they will do, just like the Founding Fathers warned that if you get a tyrannical central government, every single weapon you give them, they will abuse it. And so if you don't believe that, just have some issues right now with any of our government agencies, including the IRS. Thousands of new agents are in the field, and they are looking not for the very, uber rich that they demonize, because they know that to get to them, they've got to go through some incredibly gifted lawyers. But, the hardworking men and women of America, they're coming after you. So if you have an issue with the IRS or there's something up for debate, you need to have an advocate as well. Never try to contact the IRS alone. TaxNetworkUSA.com/BigBox is standing by to work with hardworking Americans if you have an issue with the IRS, and they can get this resolved. And many times, some of these, maybe you're debating on some of the penalties they've given you. There's a new program they're aware of that the IRS right now is willing to waive about $1 billion worth of penalties total, so you might qualify for that. So why don't you find out and get this resolved? They've already done this. They've resolved millions of problems all across America. So put them to work for you. There's no. This is free. It's just a consultation to find out what they can do for you. Call 1-800-245-6000, and you can decide if you want to use them. 1-800-245-6000. They're on the inside. They know what agents to avoid, which ones to work with. They have a direct line to the IRS. TaxNetworkUSA.com/BigBox, or just go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, I know this is shocking news. Jennifer Lopez not only is going to get another divorce, she is going to divorce Ben Affleck again. So
wait a minute. Who had money on This Was True Love? That it was forever. Anybody on Vegas?
I hope no one.
I can't believe it.
And this Daily Mail story, and I know all of us had such hopes for Jennifer and Ben. And the first time they got together, they gave them nicknames. Did you notice no one even put the effort in this time? I mean, when they got together this time, I don't think that anyone even paid attention. We certainly didn't give them cute nicknames again.
It was the shortest honeymoon I'd ever seen.
I don't think any
of course, they knew each other pretty well already.
Now,
they got 2 years. Yeah.
Well, let's go with this, okay? Now this story claims maybe she does have a few real friends, because if people won't tell you the truth about yourself, they're not really friends. It sounds like in this one that her friends are daring to say what we've talked about before. Look, things can go south, in a one-off. But if you're continually divorcing over and over and over again, and then the same person again more than once, is it possible that it could be you?
Yeah. Now, they've only been married one time, though, right?
Were they?
Yeah.
Were engaged?
They were engaged before. I don't know if they got married.
They never got married that time?
No.
Okay. Well, but she's broke up with Ben Affleck again.
Yeah.
She's been married 4 times.
Right. This is the 4th time.
Okay.
Right.
She married
but she never married Ben the first time?
No.
But still, you could look at the math on that one and go, the odds are not good for you.
All right, so let's say this.
It's just 50-50 splits, You're about 80% it's you.
Yeah, if you were engaged to the same person twice and then married in multiple relationships that didn't last very long.
No.
If no one can stay with you, it's possible.
It's possible
that it could be you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to look inside.
Or you're the unluckiest person in the world.
And according to the papers, they've been split since April. Separated.
Yeah. I had such hope.
I know.
I thought this was the one that was going to stick.
Yeah, so
I can't believe it.
This says her own friends are fed up with her antics. That this is getting old.
But they didn't have a prenup, so that means they split everything they made while they were married.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they've both done pretty well while they've been married.
Well, sure they do.
I mean, they didn't even have time for the ink to dry on the prenups.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they didn't have them.
Right. So
that's you know what I mean.
They bought a $60 million house.
Yeah.
Like you said, Greg, they had 2 full years together.
A whopping 2.
They may say they don't have one, but I just can't believe that lawyers with people with that much money wouldn't have some agreement going in.
They both have enough money. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of fighting.
No.
Yeah, but that's the fact that they do. They want to hang on to it.
Did you ever remember the Seinfeld episode? Where Costanza ended up engaged, and he thought he and Jerry both were going to get engaged, and then Jerry didn't.
Right, and then he was engaged,
and he kept trying to get out of it. And one of them was he said he wanted a prenup.
Yeah,
and she laughed so.
Right.
I was kidding.
She said, "Sure, I'll sign it."
No problem.
Prenup, George Costanza. So anyway, such and we talk about this a lot. The famous, I am the problem. It might be you, and Bubba's funny. I don't think that's what Bubba said, but anyway, that's a whole nother arrangement. But anyway, you can take this marriage thing and you can go to
when it's just warm.
You can go multiple if self-examination can take place. So if every time you go to a job, say for instance, they end up treating you wrong every single time.
Seen that too.
Yeah, every single place you work for somebody that's after you. Probably not. And now it could happen in one-offs, but not multiple. Every single coach that coaches your kid is a horrible coach and isn't treating your kid right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Every single school you go to, every teacher that they have, the teacher is always out to get them.
I tell you,
every principal is treating your kid wrong. Once it's happened multiple times, it's okay to say it could be us.
Yeah.
Could be my kid, could be me.
Right. Hey, it could happen, but over and over and over, the odds are against.
A friend of mine was a principal, and he told me this mother brought her son. She goes, every year he gets a teacher that doesn't like him. He goes, 7 years in a row.
Yeah.
He goes, might want to take a look at your son.
Yeah, for real.
Every year.
But if we do the scale of, prettier or more attractive than you are handle or crazy.
Yeah.
She must be really crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, for the fourth divorce.
Yeah, well, you have to understand her presentation, is pretty straightforward on the front end.
Yes.
But apparently the longevity suddenly what she got you with, it just fades away.
Yeah, it does.
It begin, like you said, the scales begin to tilt.
Yep.
And you're like, there's all kinds of people out there that are attractive people that aren't crazy. And you can
a lot of them are called unicorns.
You're right. And it's odd. It's rare.
Don't make us do the XY matrix.
No.
Here.
Well, like we've said, there's no. It doesn't exist a zero. It's just the scales have to be in the right place.
Yeah. Right.
It's all, everybody's a little bit off.
Right.
Just to what level?
And then you have to go on the graph.
Right.
And then look what you got.
Right. And you just
you
weigh
got
it
the
out.
marrying zone.
But I think
you got the unicorn zone. They don't exist.
Right.
We're still looking for one.
Right.
Luckily, I found one.
Yeah. Right. Oh yes, we all did. At least that's what we say. So how about I think at this point, according to Jennifer's, even her own friends now, I think it's all right now for Jennifer Lopez. I don't know that it can be done to say, I may be the issue since I'm the only constant in all these things.
I doubt she'll say that, Rick.
I don't think so.
I have a strong feeling you won't see that.
Well, that's the problem. If you are the problem, guess what probably is part of your problem?
You don't see you're the problem.
You don't see that you're the problem.
It's a true narcissist.
So we'll
it's
see.
Rampant.
Yeah. Well, in marriage, when you deal with the Uber, I mean, part of their whole existence, if you're in the entertainment business, is the crowds, and you want people to look at you and this and you center of the universe kind of stuff. And marriage just isn't that way. It is sacrificial. It is putting someone above yourself, and that it looks like that Jennifer can entertain that maybe for about 2 years. That's her max.
That's about it.
Well, Rick, there's an old saying. You've probably heard it. I have. Don't judge a book by its cover. And it also ties in to fool me once. Maybe we should let former President Bush quote that.
Yeah, so I know a lot of you are distraught. It looks like that Jennifer and Ben, it just won't work for the second time. Sorry. And this one is a marriage. I didn't realize the other one wasn't. It got to an engagement, I guess. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We got more to cover on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get the fire extinguishers.
We're back.
Grab the kids.
16 minutes past the hour. Oliver North is our guest. The Jericho sanction is out and is available. And, of course, Oliver North's supporting that on the book tour right now, and he's visiting with us. He's in Birmingham today from noon until 1:30. Books and Company at the Brookwood Village. Tonight, Walmart Supercenter, Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
101st Airborne.
Boy, we get we hear from them a lot.
Yeah.
And tonight from 7 Central to 8:30 p.m., go to olivernorth.com to follow the book tour, and the Jericho Sanction, of course, is available everywhere.
A lot of other calls, Rick. I don't want to take up, because we always get in trouble
I
because
know.
we talk too much.
You know, that's what we got. Y'all had Oliver North on the show twice, and never once have we hardly got to talk to him. Y'all hog the time, so we're trying not to do that.
They do. They do. Let's take a call.
Eddie, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Eddie, how are you?
Hey, doing good, Oliver. How you doing?
Great.
Hey, I don't really know how to address you properly. Is it Colonel or General?
Hey, you, late for dinner, Dad, Granddad now. I got 4 great-granddad. In fact, let me just tell you a quick story. While I was, I'm going to do what they do to you, Eddie.
You're a granddad?
Hey, I'm a granddad. And so I'm standing over there, and I'm talking to Steve, Edie, and Brian on the Fox Morning Show, right? And it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And Edie says to me, tell me the truth. You really like being over there with those guys, don't you? Well, I know that my wife is listening, so I don't want to say, I really love being with Marines right here in the war. So what I say is, you know, Edie, there's only 5 other people I'd rather be with.
Oh, this is brilliant.
The woman I married and the 4 children she gave birth to. Thinking, I've just made points. I have just made points. I mean, that came to mind, boom, like that, right?
Yeah.
So I say that on the air, right? About a half hour later, I'm standing out there. I mean, we're in the middle of the Iraqi desert, right? My satellite phone rings. I look down on it, and it's my home number. I said, I'm going to get points. So I punched the button on. Hi, honey, how are you? I said, I heard what you said. You forgot our grandchildren. You can't win, man.
See, I would have said when I mentioned the children, that automatically included their offspring.
That's their seeds. That counts.
I clutch when she gets me. I clutch. After 36 years, I still clutch.
Oh, I know.
Eddie, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We can relate. So, Eddie, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, Mr. North, I would like to say that a lot of Americans do not appreciate what it means to live in a free country. I personally have traveled to some third world countries, Central and South America. In fact, I was arrested in Colombia because I had a camcorder and was filming, and they claimed that I did not have a permit to film.
Right.
I finally convinced them after I was in jail that the stamp on my passport was the permit to film. And along with a couple of $100, they released me.
Well, of course, and they got what they wanted out of you, and that's a couple $100. And Eddie, what the situation you were in is commonplace around much of the rest of the world. And you're right. Many Americans do not appreciate the freedoms that we have. You can't go to other countries and stand on a street corner. I mean, you can in Great Britain. You can probably do it in much of Western Europe. But if you go to most of what we describe as the third world, and you stand on the street corner and you rail against the government, you say something about the government doesn't do enough about health care or whatever, you're liable to find yourself in jail. You're liable to find yourself sitting in... Now, in most cases, an American, unless they're involved in something like drugs or something like that, will end up just like Eddie. You pay a few $100s and you get out of jail. Some consular official says, oh, well, we don't want to fight this too hard because that's their way. Look at what happens in Saudi Arabia or any one of those Islamic countries to an American woman who is seen not fully garbed and covered. I mean, you get arrested. You have a Bible in your bag going into one of these, quote, allied countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, one of those. They will take the Bible out of your bag. I had to hide I carry a Bible with me. I mean, I actually read from it. They did teach Marines how to read, so I decided and so I had to hide mine when I was flying in because I had to go in through Kuwait. And I buried it in the bag thinking, well, at least I've got a chance of getting it through. And they thankfully didn't, tear my bag apart and confiscate the Bible.
You brought up a good point. If I could just address it, and we'll get back to the calls. We heard you speak one time, and you talked a lot more in that particular speech about your spiritual side. Do you mind commenting on some of that now? Because we get a lot of questions about that.
Let me tell you guys, I could not have gone through the things I've gone through in life if I didn't know where I was going and why I'm going there. And it doesn't have anything to do with all the medals on my chest. Doesn't have anything to do with how good a Marine I was or...
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so people are saying that J-Lo's been married 5 times, not 4. That
Well,
this now
according to the article, it says 4.
She said she files for her 4th divorce in the article.
Here's the problem. You get that many, it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah,
Now, she was married to the singer for like 10 years, Mark Anthony.
Mark Anthony.
Yeah, so...
And then it was A-Rod.
The whole 10.
Yeah,
Now,
did she marry A-Rod?
Did she not?
Yeah, I don't know.
My gosh, who's on first?
She married a dancer.
I don't know why
One time she married a dancer. Can't believe that didn't work out.
The texters are saying we're missing one.
Well, I'm just telling you what the article
It was
said.
just one.
4th divorce.
I don't think. I think you're like me. You're counting Ben Affleck twice.
Well, she was married. Was A-Rod? Were they married?
Well, if this is the 4th
There it is right
divorce,
there.
then she's been married 4 times, right?
Right.
4th husband, 5th divorce then, because she divorced Ben twice.
No,
they
Well,
weren't married.
but one.
Okay, well then only 4 then. You
See,
guys
what I was saying is, I think the texters are making the mistake
Oh,
I
a
made.
couple of dancers.
I thought she married him both times. They said the first time they were only engaged.
I did not know that until you mentioned it.
Yeah, so I didn't know that.
I'm absolutely shocked that we can't figure out why people can't keep J-Lo happy.
I know.
I'm just
Must
blown
be quite
away.
A job.
Yeah.
She's just Jenny from the block, you know?
I know.
Hey,
And
you know
a
what?
$60 million house.
You know what? If she was that person, I think she would have been married one time.
Right.
Because I like that person.
Yeah, but
If it's the
You
movie
like
I'm
Jenny
thinking
from the
about,
Block?
If it's the one I'm
I
thinking
like Jenny
about.
from the block.
so
Which one was that?
That's a song.
I'm just Jenny from the block.
No, what
That's a
movie
song, though.
was the one where she was the?
Made in Manhattan or something?
Yeah, I think that was it.
And
that was it.
was she
there
a
was
wedding planner?
2 or 3. There was 2 or 3 of them that kind of run.
They were
together.
the same thing, really.
Yeah.
But I like that person in the movie that she was, the character.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But apparently that's not the real.
She must
life.
be a great actor. 'Cause she's faking it.
be careful when dealing with actors.
Because it could be fake.
Their whole world is pretend.
Funny thing about that Jenny from the Block song is the whole thing is I'm a simple person, all this, whatever. And there's like 10 writers on that song.
Yeah.
You're like, well, maybe this isn't really the message that's accurate.
Right. But someone.
She's a long way from the block.
Did you know this, that one of the texters said that women say they agree that all women are crazy to a degree and all men are dumb to a degree.
Agree. I agree.
And what you're looking for is the right
hard to
combination
dispute
of
that.
crazy and dumb. And then if you get that right, you got a winner.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, to some degree. Are y'all a little surprised when we heard that someone was zero personality like Bill Belichick? When he goes into the analyst world, first of all, I can't picture him being an analyst ever.
I know.
And now he's actually being opinionated.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get that picture of him sneaking out of the apartment that the doorbell caught him shirtless. That's what I can't get out of my mind.
Right. Well, once you saw that, it's kind of hard to remove it. But apparently he's being very outspoken. Some of you out there that aren't football fans, you may not understand some of this, but when it comes to the NFL, okay, there's certain franchises that for the NFL to feel like all things are right, even if you don't like them,
Right.
there's certain franchises that need to be good.
Yes.
I'm still
Not dominating, but just good.
Yeah, I'm
Just
still
good.
waiting for the Raiders to be good again.
I know.
And it's
Been a while.
That's been a minute.
and the NFL needs the Raiders to be good.
Yeah.
The Steelers need to be good.
They do.
And so the Steelers are struggling a little bit offensively.
The Vikings. No, wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a
no,
minute,
no, I didn't go there. All right, so there's now people are listing 5 husbands.
Guys,
A-Rod,
she
they weren't
wasn't
married.
married to A-Rod.
They
She was
weren't married.
engaged.
All right, that's another one. See, she acts like she's married to people, and it throws everybody off.
People, we read the article and they
Yeah.
said 4.
So A-Rod,
And he just put the picture.
Well,
up.
if
So
it looks
evidently
like you're
she
married-
wasn't married to A-Rod.
No.
A-Rod, she wasn't married to, and Ben, she's only got married to once. It was A-Rod and Ben Affleck. They lived like they were married, but they were just engaged.
You got
Right,
2
the first
dancers,
time.
nobody knew who they were.
And a couple of dancers thrown in there. Who I guess they said that
They were from the block.
the dancers must have demanded that she make them legitimate men and marry them. All right, so Bill Belichick warns the Steelers. That's weird that he would be
He warns
outspoken
them,
as a coach to another team. That them trying to put Justin Fields as the main quarterback is a mistake. He said the offensive problems are not Russell Wilson's fault. And he's saying Russell Wilson, even at 35, gives you a better chance to win than Justin Fields does right now. And he's being very outspoken about it.
And
Well,
he
got more experience
Yeah.
for sure.
I think Justin Fields will benefit because he was one of those rookies that got put in. It looks like a lot of rookies this year are going to be put in starting position.
Little too soon.
That would have probably, if he could have sat a year or two, might have helped him. So it's really playing. I mean, that would be perfect for him.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. And didn't he get hurt? Has he been out of preseason a little bit? Fields.
I don't know, but
but it also gets him to play the hero because the best quarterback's always the backup unless you have a Aaron Rodgers or something.
Yeah,
playing for
Belichick
you,
says that Justin Fields turns the ball over too much. He does it more than Wilson. He said that Wilson still can throw the ball downfield as good as anybody in the NFL. And he's calling kind of what you guys are saying. Look, let Fields enjoy his wisdom and his expertise. Yeah. And if the Steelers want to have a better season, you better stay with the wily old veteran.
Makes sense.
And who's won Super Bowls. And let him get you through the year and see if he can't bring Justin Fields along, that if you throw him out there, he thinks it's going to be a mistake.
Yeah.
So, and he says the problem with the offense is the quarterback position. Does that surprise you a little bit? That he would be that outspoken, but
then again, I thought he being a coach. I thought he just said it wasn't Russell Wilson's fault.
Yes, he says, meaning they have bigger problems than the quarterback position, but at the quarterback position, if they're blaming Russell Wilson, that's a mistake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said apparently he's catching some flack, and he said he ain't the problem. And if you want to go with the best chance to win and move the offense, he said they also have some offensive line issues of being consistent, and if you got offensive line issues, you got problems.
Yeah,
I think with Belichick's record, I would listen to what he said.
No,
or
I
at
would
least give it a thought. Go, this guy kind of knows what he's talking about.
I would too, but I just can imagine him if a former coach was talking about his offense and telling him which quarterback he should play.
True. Yeah, what he would say about it.
How he would respond to that.
Yeah,
probably not well.
He wouldn't care for it.
It is kind of interesting. I've seen him on Pat McAfee's show some, and he does have a looser side, like he's kind of hanging out. And it is weird to see.
Yeah,
he's actually smiling.
When he tries to be funny, you're like, are you really trying to be? I mean, he seems normal,
right?
Right.
So I don't know. It's just, and when I think about analysts and all the fun zone, I mean, I made the mistake now with football approaching. Now everything that comes up on your Instagram now is old stuff, and I watched John Madden commenting on two players that were eating hot dogs on the sideline.
Yeah,
and I think to myself, you go from an analyst like a color guy like John Madden to Belichick.
Yeah.
Personality-wise, that's a step down.
Did we, speaking of that,
Big
I know on the kickoff hour we discussed it. I don't remember. Did we discuss the movie that's coming out about John Madden and that Nicolas Cage is playing him?
I heard you say that in the kickoff hour, and I meant to follow up on that. I'm glad you brought that up. I can't imagine that.
But it's going to be based on his success of his video game and how it became a phenomenon. That's what the description said. Instead, I thought it was going to go back to the Raiders, but basically, I think the storyline is how this video game comes out and it just blows up and it becomes,
So are we going to have Nicolas Cage, because that's the era of his life? Of course, he never was thin, but are we going to have him in a fat suit and with the face with the big jowls and all that?
Why don't they just hire Caliendo to do that?
Yeah, let Caliendo do the voice and put him in a suit.
He might dub it in, overdub it.
But if I was going to do a movie about John Madden's life, whether it be the video game or coaching, and you said, who are you thinking? I said, I'm thinking Nicolas Cage. Would that throw you a little bit?
Well, Nicolas Cage can be anybody, though. He's one of those guys, he can turn into anything.
Caliendo wouldn't be bad. He can talk like him, and I mean, he looks as much as Nicolas Cage does, if you want to go by looks.
I don't know what kind of actor Caliendo is, but
maybe
I mean,
that'll hold him
that
up.
wouldn't be a bad idea.
I know.
But it's going to be Nicolas Cage playing John Madden?
I mean, look at the two.
I love Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage can be anybody.
Oh, and he is, because he has more movies. Him and John Travolta have more movies than anybody I've ever seen.
I was going to say, what about John Travolta playing Madden now?
I'd probably pull it off.
Funny.
Yeah.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up. Right after this, our number 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
know, how good a dad I've been or husband or faithful in that relationship. It has everything to do with the fact that I know I'm saved. And I know why I'm saved. It's because Jesus Christ came to this earth, lived a sin-free life for 30-some-odd years, was tortured to death, and then 3 days later rose from the dead. Now, I know going to offend some people for me to say that, but that's what I devoutly believe. I know that the reason I'm alive today is because every time I go overseas, my wife and my children and their mates and now my grandchildren pray mightily that Dad comes home. And I can tell you right now, when I was out there in Iraq, the day we got shot down on April 6th, you know, when you're in a helicopter that's now got all kinds of bullet holes in it, all of which missed everybody in the bird, but it shot out the fuel cells and shot out the tail boom, you know, and you're down behind what you'd call enemy lines, and the bad guys are closing on you. You know, the good Lord provides, you know, and the AV-8 shows up, and F-18 show up, and then the Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion. It was a guy from Louisiana, and his call sign was Cajun Thunder.
Yeah.
and we're in an irrigation ditch, right? I don't know if you ever saw the old movie. It was based on the Michener book, The Bridges of Toko-Ri. And William Holden's the star of it. This goes back before you guys were born. It's a Korean War movie. And he gets shot down in North Korea after bombing these bridges over the Yalu River, and the communist Chinese are chasing him through this irrigation ditch. Well, we're down, the 2 helicopters are down, we're in an irrigation ditch, and the bad guys are coming toward us, and the 50 cal has been dropped in the mud because a round went off behind us, and the gunner fell with it trying to get it from the helicopter over to the irrigation ditch. And I grabbed the thing away from him and says, give me that thing. I know how to set the headspace on it. I've seen the end of this movie, and it's not a good one. Right? And so we never end up having to use the 50 cal because the good guys show up in time, and they surround us, and about 4 hours later, the beans out of them. It's great. And they, I mean, it's wonderful stuff. And so they fix the helicopters, and we fly them away. And so the next day, I'm going out to interview these guys who fixed the helicopters, and then we got shot down with it. And there's a young corporal there who had the 50 cal. And so I come up to him and I said, now I want to get this, you know, get straight your name and all this. I said, as I'm walking away, he says, hey, Colonel, he said, I got a question. I said, yeah, what is it, Smelly? He says, yesterday when we were in the irrigation ditch up to our, you know, knees in muddy, yucky water, he says, you said something about a movie. He says, I didn't get that. I said, you get back home, you rent the movie from Blockbuster, The Bridges of Toko-Ri, and you'll see exactly what I meant about the end of the movie.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Because we've heard you talk about that more than I know a lot of our folks have, and that's mighty big words. Yeah. We appreciate it.
That's,
well, you can't apologize what you believe to be the truth.
Well,
then if that's true, you think it's just a maybe.
And I know some people were offended by what I just said. Well, but I want to take you back to the debates of 2000. And George W. Bush is asked during the debate by, I think the moderator was the guy from PBS there. He asked, who's your hero? And George Bush, without a moment's hesitation, says, Jesus Christ. And I mean, what's his name? The guy from the moderator's stunned. I mean, the camera goes back and he's kind of stunned. And he says, well, why? And George Bush says, again, without any hesitation, because he changed my life, he changed my heart. End of sentence. See? Now, there are a lot of people who are really offended by that. And I think one of the reasons why George Bush is so attacked today is because he professes his faith in very, very straightforward terms. And it enrages the people in the media.
Yeah, here we go. A brand new hour coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. We thank you for being here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here today. And we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us, the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So some things being talked about on topics we've already mentioned. John Goodman playing John Madden. I could see that.
Oh, yeah, that would be
that would be a really good casting. And then you see this one from the text, and I haven't seen this, that Steve Harvey has come out and is saying he is supporting Kamala Harris for president. And they're talking about being disappointed, but I mean, I
don't. Why would you be surprised?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't know. Well, I know that Steve at one time was being very open about his new faith in Christ. That one is a little dicey when you see the platform of the current Democratic Party. I would see where that, but I don't recall Steve Harvey ever coming across as a politically conservative person.
No.
Yeah, so
and Hollywood, all the Hollywood people are not. You're going to see a lot of Trump support from them.
No, and
you don't want to happen to you what happened to Vince Vaughn, and they just forget him.
That's right.
Exactly.
I saw he's in a new movie though. I saw he had something just
monkey.
come out.
Something.
Yeah, he does.
Bad
have something.
monkey.
He has something new.
Bad
coming out.
monkey.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that.
That's what it's called.
Don't know what that means.
Yeah, Steve Kerr was talking about how he's brave and
that idiot.
And I'm stepping out.
Who's brave?
Hey,
Steve Kerr?
Right. Hey,
Yeah.
Steve Kerr was talking about I'm brave. There aren't consequences for mainstream celebrities, coaches endorsing the left, endorsing Democrats. There are zero. But if you go right at all, like Vince Vaughn, in Vince Vaughn's case, you're tanked.
Right.
Tom
Selleck, Kelsey Grammer.
Yep.
I've noticed, man, somebody who's really going in and really growing or talking through his testimony and stuff is Dennis Quaid. Which, by the way, the Reagan movie, is that out yet? That's this month, right?
Yeah,
is it
it's
out?
I
Is
think
it?
it's out.
Okay. I'd like to go see that.
I would too.
Yeah.
He was on Rogan recently. I need to listen to him.
Yeah, he talks about his faith and stuff now. But you're right. If you want to be bold in Hollywood, be conservative. There's nothing, great point, Adam. There's nothing bold about being a leftist in the entertainment business. Yeah. And plus, another thing that gets kind of annoying. I mean, I don't know what Steve Harvey's afraid of. Is he afraid he might not get a seventh show? And I like Steve as an entertainer, but and as a guy when he was on our show was very nice, but I don't know him well. But what I would say is this: you also have to remember that a lot of these well-known celebrities, they have pocketed so much money, and if they have been just even remotely responsible, here's the sad part: they can do these emotional votes or let me fit in with the crowd votes, and honestly, it's not going to affect them very much. Even if it all fell apart, they would just move somewhere else and live quite well.
Yep.
So it's easy for them to just do whatever it takes to not be kicked out of the cocktail party. And they might even really vote that way and do a little stumping for you. But if these people come into power, they're not going to feel it. They may if they let them stay in power too long, they will feel it. But they could just move somewhere else.
Yeah.
But the people who will feel it and are feeling it now, you know, I promise you that Steve Kerr, and if this is accurate about Steve Harvey, I don't know that it is. That's just a text. They're not really bothered by how much groceries cost.
No.
No. It doesn't affect them.
No.
And Steve Harvey, though, seems to me to be the person who would support Kamala on the surface and seemed to be helpful, but then when he sit down and saw what his accountant said he had to pay, he would be very unhappy.
I agree with that.
So he made the news when he responded to, is it Umar Johnson, I believe, who claimed that him, Ricky Smiley, and others were being paid by Kamala's campaign to support them and come out and start, because they're on, urban radio and all this kind of stuff, to really kind of push that. And he responded and said that was an insult because he didn't do anything for $10,000, because that was the money floated around. And he said, so that's an insult to me. But he went on to say, after he denied the rumors that were put out there, that the black vote is not for sale, but it's very important block of votes, and if I have my way and within God's will, she will be the next president of the United States, because the alternative, it's only two people running for president. That was his response, and to deny that he had been paid to come out and push Kamala.
Well, my response back to Steve, if I knew him and we were friends, I would be saying, you're right, there's only two choices. And when you look at the personality of either one of them, you can find flaw, but you got to look at the ideology of the current state of the two parties and walk with me a little bit on you being a man of faith now and supporting the ideology of the left, or just being someone who can walk and chew gum and tell me how you don't think it's not bad to have an open, unvetted border, a collapsing economy, not being energy independent, and being a joke as we approach World War III when dealing with other countries. So it's a little more than just feel-goodism, as we talked about. This can't be an emotional vote. It's going to have to be a real serious understanding of the ideology of the two parties. And as we've been saying, I find it to be a pretty easy choice as far as the future of this country.
And what those ideologies do to our economy.
That's
how
right.
they look at it, how they view it, and what has
our
been
safety.
What has been the results of it.
And our safety. And a collapsing of this country. I mean, this road we're on right now is not sustainable. It's just not.
No.
You see, we got a story right here today. Speaking of that, if something doesn't turn, they're saying U.S. jobs growth in the last year could be revised and be down by 1 million.
How do they miss it that much?
Refueling concerns the economy is headed for a downturn. Well, I will tell you how they do this. It's just like we were hearing now with the giant cities that are being run by the Democrats. The crime rates there are so embarrassing that those that are in leadership that are part of the Democrat Party, they are now not reporting their crime stats accurately because they know it reflects poorly on the Democratic Party.
Yeah, you just take off a few columns that you put on there that has been on it in the past, and then all of a sudden you look like you're making progress. Isn't that crazy?
This is all a game. So what you have?
Why don't they just actually do something to stop crime?
There you go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well,
Well,
as
not
opposed
just with a
to
pencil.
all the information we're worried we're getting our pencil sharp with, so to speak.
We're not the first ones to say it, but I want to agree with all of you and say, well done pointing it out. Now, if you look at the Democrat convention, when they want to be safe, they're really good at security.
Yeah.
Boy, are they.
Yeah, you saw Babylon B.
The fencing and all that around it, credentials to get in.
Did you see Babylon B? Said black people no longer able to attend the DNC because they're making them have an ID.
Right.
Remember back? If you, that's racist to say that
Sure.
people have to say who they are. I don't know how it is. They've never really shown that since everybody has to do it. But anyway. Look at the security they have. Now, of course, if I was going to do anything in Chicago, I'd have security as well. But
National Guard.
The very law enforcement that they demonized, buddy, they're using them right now.
Boy, are they.
And that thing is tight. We got walls. Bubba said we got multiple ID checks.
Fencing.
We got fencing. We got law enforcement.
Random roadblocks way away from the convention.
So they might.
I wish, this is what I would propose. I wish they would guard the border with as much enthusiasm as they guarded the United Arena.
I totally agree with you.
Right.
I totally agree with you.
Have the same attitude.
Well, that's just that thing again. They want all of us to live one way, but when it comes to, like, if they say to you, they'll come to you and say the police are bad, they're racist, they're
cut their budgets,
cut their budgets, and then you go to say, are you cutting your security budget? Oh no, absolutely not.
No, matter of fact, we're gonna have to bolster ours up because guess what? There's not as many police officers.
Yeah. And why won't you reduce your security? Because I want to be safe. Wow, what a concept. We all feel that way. So it's total hypocrisy and propaganda. Here's how you have to find the truth now. At the grocery store, on your cost of living, is your energy bills up, or are your energy bills up? Is your grocery bill higher? Are you struggling financially? Do you feel secure about the job market? Do you feel secure about the border? Do you feel secure about our standing around the world? And if the answers to those are not the answers they should be, then you got to make a change.
And I think it even boils down to just the economy. Because,
you're right.
If I can't eat, I don't care what China's doing.
No, it starts right there. The basic stuff. And so nobody can do propaganda to convince you of what you know is real by your own checking book.
Right.
Your own checkbook. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like the woman said, I know what a bell pepper costs, and I know what it costs now. I know that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
don't get it.
Well, we talked about, what Mel Gibson's going through with the passion.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Is that going to be awesome or what?
It is. I just hope. Now, I've not seen it. I know that some people have seen some of what's been put together. I just hope that it's not only accurate in terms of the terrible torture that Jesus went through. I hope that it, as my friend Paul Harvey would say, he tells the rest of the story about 3 days later.
Yeah, well, according to his interviews, I think that that will be covered because he basically said what you were talking about the president saying about how he went through most of his life just being kind of indoctrinated. What's the word?
Indoctrinated.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking into being a Christian.
Yeah.
And he really didn't understand what it meant. And he said,
Well, no, I think Gibson gets it.
Yeah, and he said, now I get it. I understand. And he said the same thing. He's my hero.
In fact, when I talked to him the other day, Rick, when they make the Rick and Bubba movie, I've asked him to play you.
Well, and look, you know why? Because you're good at casting. But the thing about that is, when you think about it, Jesus Christ told us his name was going to be offensive.
Sure.
And when it was brought up, it was going to bring up a rape.
Before in John's Gospel, he says, before they hated me, before they hated you, they hated me.
Yeah.
See? So, I mean, people ought not to be surprised that it's offensive and people,
But to lie about it just because you think you're going to be offensive, that's the one thing I don't understand. Everybody's allowed to say what they believe to be the truth except Christians. If you do, then you're judgmental. You're not open-minded.
Look what our friend Judge Roy Moore just went through.
Right, but everybody else in their beliefs, they're never accused of being closed-minded, only Christians.
Right.
But he told us it was going to be that way.
You did.
So,
since you brought that up, we'll ask you about that. We'll come back. Then we'll get back to the call because it's been a hot topic.
We'll be back 877 We Be Big. Oliver North, The Jericho Sanction, his new book. It's available everywhere. Book signings all over the country. Go to olivernorth.com to see them. Birmingham, it's today. Brookwood Village at Books & Company, noon to 1:30. Fort Campbell, Kentucky, it's tonight at Walmart Supercenters. Read part of that. Find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So we've been talking, ever since we've been in the Big Boy Studios, that we, unlike where we were before when we were part of a retail outlet, they were retail places around, restaurants, things like that. We're actually in an office building now. We went from having 3 private restrooms to not having any. And you've heard us. Some of you, we just kind of have an update on. It's we're not martyrs or anything like that, but it's just a little bigger hassle now to go to the restroom, and because you have to journey out into the shared facilities on 2 floors out in the rest of the building. Which is where we interact with everyone looking for Suite 200 and things like that. So Adler apparently, as you know, has now that he's a family man, he has become, he has this van that they travel around the world in, or around the country.
Sweet van. Definitely around the city.
Around the city in this van, It's your everyday vehicle too, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a big everyday vehicle.
I mean, a lot of people have huge trucks.
True.
I've got a huge van.
There you go.
It's a big van.
Wow, you've done that in your mind.
I've
I
had
can tell.
to. Yeah.
Have you done something drastic about this bathroom situation here in the building that involves your van?
Well, money's tight these days. Everybody knows that.
Sure. Thanks Democrats.
Thanks, Obama.
Right.
And so we've got this bathroom problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I figured I could 2 birds, 1 stone this kind of situation. Make a little bit of cash and charge for a toilet, a bathroom.
Like in Europe?
Yeah, like they do in Europe.
Wait a minute.
And it's right there. It's right in my van.
Right out this door
outside.
right here?
Yeah.
So much closer.
It's so much closer. 1 door. You got to go 2 doors.
So
you have a picture of it?
You've installed
2 doors.
You're installing a restroom in the van?
It's a porta potty. So it's classy.
Okay. So
that makes it
It's
better.
just a potty?
Yeah, it's just a potty. Yeah.
So you're going to
So
be
it
using the
flushes
potty in
though.
your
It
van.
does flush.
That's my.
Where does it go?
What are we talking about? Where does it go?
Do y'all want to see it?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. So
I don't want to see
now-
you using
okay.
it.
No, let's don't do that.
All right, he's leaving the TV room.
We don't want to see him using
Y'all,
it.
this is much closer. The parking lot is much closer.
here.
He's
Okay.
walking.
fast this goes. Watch how fast this goes.
Well, look, just
Are you
bring
going
it in
to
here
use
and
the
leave it.
bathroom?
I'm gonna get it.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
He's stepping out the door here.
Okay. All right. So he's
There he goes.
he's going to get it. What is that outside the door?
I don't
right
know. It looks like that's not breakfast. I can tell you that.
there? Yeah. Okay.
I'm already back. That's how quick I can go to the van and back.
No, that's not true.
Ready?
Oh yeah. Okay. This
What?
is it. Look, it's a portable.
What in the world?
What is
You
that?
guys can use this anytime you want.
Who has to dump it?
Check it out.
Who's got to dump
It's
it?
got a lid and everything.
Don't open it.
Never been used. Don't worry.
Oh, it hasn't. Okay. It's like
Somebody around the corner and
I
you're
gotta
sitting
put
up.
like an O-ring in it still, and it still needs an O-ring.
What is it,
Don't
used?
Use it.
Is it
Don't
used?
use it yet.
it looks like.
I want to see it in action, though. Can
Yes.
Speedy model it down there?
Bubba,
for
you
us?
and I
Speedy
can't.
can
Greg,
sit on
show
it.
us how it works, Greg.
Yeah, you and I can't sit on that.
Yeah, that's for a toddler.
Yeah, this Speedy's more the demo guy.
Well,
here.
I don't know. He's Adler's tiny, so I think
Adler,
it's a tiny
sit-
toilet
sit
for
on it,
Adler.
Adler. Go
Adler,
ahead,
sit,
It looks
sit
like
on
one
it.
of them kids' training toilets.
Yeah, Adler, go ahead and sit on it, buddy. You're tiny.
Right.
What, has it got Bluey on it?
Well, so I'm assuming
good, Greg.
I'm assuming the bottom half you can pull it out and go dump it.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, Greg's gonna sit on it for us. I'm
Greg,
running the
Greg,
cameras.
sit
I
down.
can't
Get
sit
you a
on it,
book, Greg. Get a book.
Oh, Greg, yeah, get a book.
Yeah, just read more of that, like you get the paper or something. Yeah.
There ain't no way.
Could you hit the target?
Right.
That's awful low, though. That'd be tough standing up.
Yeah, that's like almost like playing darts.
Greg, you're not
Get up.
sitting on it right.
That's a
Can
full
you get
air
up?
squat.
Yeah.
You stand up, Greg. That's good, Greg. A mime stand up.
That's
That is
good.
very good.
Now, if
No,
that's
I don't
tough.
I'm not sure that's better.
So you ordered that.
Yeah.
Okay, here he comes. He's
Yeah,
coming back in. Here we go.
That's a
Is that the squatty potty?
It's kind of like I'm a fan of the squatty potty, by the way.
That's one good thing about this being low like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Your body's and your colon's in the right shape. You know.
Okay. That's right. And the right shape.
Please
Got
tell
all
me
the pipes
nobody's
straight.
going to trash the van.
That's just science.
You know if they use that in that van, it's going to be wrong.
Oh, you kidding?
It has an O-ring. Okay.
So-
All the smells are sealed in. It has an O-ring.
But just
Greg.
getting
But you're
it
going to
there.
have to eventually dump it.
Yeah, that's gonna.
No
suck.
pun intended.
Yeah.
terrible.
Somebody is saying that's a human litter box. That's all that is.
That's a
Yeah.
good point.
So,
Pee in it?
It's got water up top, and it really does flush. It's got like a flushes. And this is for emergency when I'm in the woods and my little kid has to pee in the middle of the night.
Okay.
That's really what this is for.
Okay.
Or you're stuck in traffic.
Wait a minute,
or
did you
if I
say
have
you're
to
in the
pee.
woods? And
Or-
so y'all are just in the woods?
We're camping. Yeah, we're camping.
Camping.
So we're camping.
You
Yeah.
love
God
to
forbid,
camp.
just pee outside.
We're on the edge of the Grand Canyon.
Oh, I got
That's
you.
what I'm imagining.
Okay.
And that's what this is for. It's for emergency for me too.
No.
Picture it.
My wife doesn't actually use the restroom ever in our whole
Yeah.
marriage.
Yeah,
in our
I
entire
got it.
marriage, it's never happened. So
Right.
she won't use it.
You're a little
She
worried
won't.
about it.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I will use it, and the little kids will use it. And guys, I wish I had this honestly when Ruby was potty training.
Oh yeah,
I remember that.
It looks like a high tech potty training.
Awesome, because
They make regular ones.
I've spent time in stalls at playgrounds that are hot, and they have there's a hornet's nest in the corner, and the ground is sticky, and I'm having to hover because she doesn't know what's going on. I wish I'd had it so much. It's gonna be so handy for when Ezzy is getting out of his diapers, and I can just. All right, buddy, let's just run to the van and let's handle this.
You can take that to the shooting house with you.
Take it to the shooting house. More like a...
No.
You know what house? There's Greg. They already got the screenshot. See, Greg, it doesn't look that bad.
Are you sure that's not an air fryer?
It is an air fryer too. Also, it's also an air fryer.
It's two things.
Look, I love that. Bubba and I were laughing. One of the texters says that's nothing but a modernized slop jar.
It is a great slop jar.
It's got a tank up top to flush.
Give the name of it.
If you have the O-ring.
Then the bottom.
Does it have an O-ring?
What about the O-ring?
It's got an O-ring.
What?
We're just getting things there, though.
Hey, y'all guess how much I got that for.
I was wondering.
Guess.
$20.
No, it was more than that, Mr. Alligator Arms. Mr. Alligator Arms.
$79.99.
It was $60. So
okay.
If I have to throw it away after I trash it one night in the van, that's not going to bankrupt me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? $877 We Be Big is our number. Oliver North is our guest. He is on the book tour for the Jericho Sanction. It's available everywhere. You can see him in Birmingham today, Books and Company, noon to 1:30 p.m. Walmart Supercenter tonight in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. 7 to 8:30 p.m. this evening, and olivernorth.com will tell you all the places he will be, and the book is available everywhere. So you had one more question?
Well, Ollie, since you brought it up, and we had moved a little bit from American hero to spiritual side for just a minute.
Which,
as you know, the Judge Roy Moore Ten Commandments controversy in Montgomery has been a headline topic all over the country. We, as believers, have friends who are believers, and we've talked about it, prayed about it. And there was really a wide range of responses that came back from we need to be laying in front of the door to no, this does not reach the level of God's law versus man law. Now, we don't like it, but it is the law of the land. We need to do that, try to fight to change it. All over the board. How do you feel about that?
Look, and I know Judge Roy Moore. He's a friend, and I say that as an Annapolis graduate. He's a West Point graduate.
Oh, I know.
And I just have enormous admiration for him. I think in the long run, this is going to work very seriously against believers. And I say that because in the immediate aftermath of that case, which the way it was presented, now I don't know if it's his lawyers or how it all happened, but it was presented as we want, God to be the centerpiece in this particular case. And in the immediate aftermath, there's now an ACLU suit. They're looking for an individual to bring it, to have the U.S. Naval Academy, where I graduated, to stop saying a blessing before the meals. Now, that's been in effect at all of the service academies since West Point was founded in 1803. And I want it to continue because I think it's important that people, give thanks for the food that they've got before them. And it's a little reminder every day, 3 times a day at the Naval Academy, when they file the entire brigade of midshipmen into that mess hall. And now you've got a lawsuit trying to stop that from happening. The next step in this process will be that they want the chaplains who represent every faith. I mean, there's Islamic chaplains, there's Jewish chaplains, there's Christian chaplains. In all of the branches of the armed forces, the Marines get their chaplains from the Navy, just like we get our doctors and our medical teams, our corpsmen. The next effort will be to say, we can't have them out there, because what we've become is a very, very secular culture and society. We've stopped recognizing the role of our Judeo-Christian roots in this country, and unfortunately this case is probably going to precipitate a bunch of very adverse rulings unless the Supreme Court stands up and does its duty. Now, we all know that they're fallible people. I mean, Dred Scott is a perfect example of how wrong a court can be.
Right.
And I'm hopeful that what has been started here will eventually resolve itself the right way. That, as you said earlier, Rick, and as Bubba, you and I were talking off air, is the people in this country who do not have a say are believers. They're devout believers. That they contribute in every other way to this culture, but they are muzzled when they want to express their faith. And it happens in every walk of life. That's why Gibson is being so pilloried about The Passion, the movie that Mel Gibson's making. That's why the president's attacked as viciously as he is. We have people in the media today who will say that fundamentalist Christianity is the same as fundamentalist Islam. Well, first of all, the kinds of practitioners that are teaching kids to hate and to kill and to die the right way, they're saying, you want to die. And then the folks in our media that say, well, fundamentalist Christians are the same kind of people, totally misunderstand Christianity. Because in Christianity, it's not about dying the right way, it's about living the right way. In Christianity, the dying was done 2,000 years ago. And they don't understand it. And not to attack the owner of your television network, the other day, nobody at Fox can hear this. I was watching the Jane Fonda network. Sure. Right? I'm in a hotel room that unfortunately didn't have Fox. And I'm watching the news, and there's an asteroid apparently coming toward Earth. Did you see that story?
Right.
And
2014 or something.
Thanks for being with us today. A good night's sleep, how many more times we got to hear it? I mean, a good night's sleep's where all your health begins. Helix Sleep, nobody does it better. Why? It's simple. It's simple. It's a customized mattress for you or for your kid. Parents Magazine said they got the best child's mattress out there. Well, yeah, they designed it for a kid. And they'll design a mattress for you. They want to know how you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. They'll ask you some questions about your sleep. It won't take very long. Greg and Lisa Burgess have been spokespeople for Helix for years now. And if you'd like to find out more, they make them right here in the United States of America. They do not ship from overseas. They've got their own manufacturing plant. They've got different styles, big and tall. Got that. And if you like your firm mattress, you like your medium mattress, you like your soft mattress, they want to know that. They ship it right to the door. You get to sleep on it for 100 nights.
100.
And then you decide whether you want to keep it or not. And, of course,
100.
Everybody keeps it. Greg and his wife are sleeping on one right now.
That's right. Way past 100.
We can get you some savings. So why don't you go and get 20% off? And you do that by going to helixsleep.com/BigVox, B as in boy, I-G, V as in voice, O-X, or just use the link we have at rickandbubba.com. Also, don't forget the shipping will be free as well. All right, so I guess we'll do it. Last night, I know a lot of you were like me. You just can't watch it. The Democrat National Convention, just can't do it. And I said it again last night, and my wife agreed. I said, no, I'll get caught up tomorrow at work. It's almost like I look at watching this circus like violating the rule of bringing your work home. I only am going to deal with this because my job requires it. There's no other reason I would do this. Right. Well, they're not going to say anything that makes it go, well, you know what? That's a great point.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, nothing's going to turn. Not going to change me or anything like that. I know what they're going to say. It was funny. Sherry said we have a choice. We want to relax now. We've gotten through the day. We've had our dinner. So we could make a choice. Well, we'd like to make ourselves angry and scream at the TV. If we do that, then let's go watch the Democrat National Convention. If we'd like to maybe relax, let's find something else. Yeah. And I said, have you seen me on the Netflix special, The Murder of McNair? And,
maybe you caught me.
Yeah, I couldn't get Sherry interested in that. But, yes, we have seen that. We have talked about that. And a lot of you are sending pictures of that. That's a story we've reviewed many times here on the program, and it's back now because of that special. And yes, I did find my American Express card yesterday.
That's important.
Yeah, the restaurant did have it, and they were very kind enough to keep it after they all jotted down my numbers.
Yeah.
No
harm, no
foul. Wonderful people there, and
how about the phone call when you do lose something
Yep.
and you go back to where you feel like it was,
Mhm.
and you call and go, "Hey man, did y'all find
Mhm.
whatever wallet, card,
Yeah.
keys?"
Yeah, so
never
got,
know.
Yeah, so got to spend a little time at the farm
Shades.
2 days in a row, which was good. And yesterday I was just down there on my own, so that was good. Of course, till Gary knew I was there and showed up.
Sure.
Oh,
that'll happen.
Hey, I've been out here bush hogging. What are you doing here? I said, well, it's my farm. I can kind of come whenever I want.
Sorry I didn't check with you. But.
Hey, I didn't know you was coming. No, I don't have to tell you. But anyway, so
I'm grown.
Hey, I'm gonna be bush hogging. That's fine. That's okay. No, I'm good. Glad to see that. So, hey, a few things we need to talk about while you're here. I'm good. I'm good. All right. So I guess do you want to look at some of it from last night?
Yeah. Let's look at.
Bring it on. Here we go. All right. So we'll start with cut one. Adler. We've got the CNN panel. They have the one long conservative that they try to put on the panel every now and then. His name is Steve what?
Scott Jennings.
Scott Jennings.
You all over it.
Not Steve Rick. Scott Jennings. You see how much of CNN I watch? Not much.
Yeah.
But Scott Jennings is going to drop a truth bomb, and we're asked to, those of you that can see it, the rest of us will tell you what it looks like, to watch the faces of the panel when Scott Jennings points out the obvious. Here we go.
In all these speeches, as good as they were, is that she's in the White House right now. Democrats have controlled the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. And for all of the talk about division and the problems in the country and people are hurting, Democrats have mostly controlled this country. Trump had it for 4. The Obamas and Biden had it for the rest of the time. And somehow, it's still all Trump's fault, and somehow she hasn't been at the center of it. So to me, that's still the glaring hole in this campaign that hasn't yet been solved at the convention. How do you explain all of the problems that will be solved by the person who is currently in there for the last 3.5 years, who is supposed to already be working on solving it? But
that's fact.
Yeah. Did you see their little faces? They didn't like that at all.
Yeah,
He couldn't have ripped
See,
wind
when
on them.
you
They
have a
look-
dissenting opinion there, but he backs it up with clear logical thought and facts. They're just completely have no. I mean, you see the look on
That's
their
a great
face.
point.
It's like someone just told them there was going to be no Christmas.
Right.
And Trump really only had it for 3 because then they trashed the world with the COVID hoax.
There he is.
There's Alt Adler.
There he is.
Step in there.
Yeah, get off the toilet.
He's
Adler.
off the squatty potty.
I'm actually sitting on it right now.
Hit the handle. Get up.
Have a seat.
Mix a little water with it.
But that is true. It would be like what they're trying to do with Kamala right now. You know, have you ever gone to like a group of doctors that all work together, but yet the practice is called one doctor?
Right.
But they're all
And associates.
They're all
Yeah.
supposed to be equally, schooled and equally, able to solve the problems. And it's like the one whose name is not on the practice. You go in and they say, "Oh yeah, you're sick." Okay, so when are you going to help me? Nope. Now, if I can take over the practice and it be my name, then I'll help you.
Right.
Well, couldn't you help me now? You're here. You're part of the group. You're like number 2 doctor. Nah, I got to wait till I'm the number 1 doctor. So good luck to you. But I got some solutions, but I won't tell you about them until I'm the number 1 doctor.
Well, we start out with
I'm like,
one of the
"Can't you
most.
fix me now?"
One of the most notable. She was going to be put in charge of the border, and never even went to the border. She went within a few hundred miles down there one time just to say she'd been to Texas. And I know she hadn't been to Europe either.
No, she made that clear.
No.
So Bubba's point is valid. If you want to judge Kamala Harris' performance, look at the things that she's currently in charge of.
Yeah.
Has
That
she
she's
done?
yeah.
Is she doing a good job? And has she done a good job?
Because that's what you're going to get.
And that's what you're going to get. So now we have
an example.
Bubba Bernie's getting involved.
Oh, not the burn.
We got the burn.
Are y'all feeling
Angry
the
old
Are
burn?
man.
you feeling the burn?
Somebody feel the burn.
He's going to call out the DNC, which is interesting.
I'll tell you.
They ripped it off.
Well, he's still mad when they took it from him. He's almost in the position, except a little more coherent than Biden. He was forced out, and he don't like it. Here's Bernie.
At the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process.
and into my pocket.
Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections.
Oh, I know what happened.
I went there.
That's a little shot for you.
Feel the burn.
How you like me now?
Is the man of 1,000?
You got to have a better rhythm.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he has. He speaks in chops.
I can't say what Speedy sounds like.
He does. Easy, Greg.
Rick,
so let's just break down what Bernie said. He says you shouldn't be able to buy elections, especially primaries, which his guy,
primaries. Is that the chop? Right there?
Right. And it's kind of like you're chopping wood, but you're tired. And but y'all, when he ran, the Democrats had super delegates that were appointed. And they had more votes than the votes that the voters were putting in their delegates.
Right.
So they picked who they wanted to win. And he didn't like that. But on the bigger scale, so how would Bernie say that elections are being bought? Through dark money, through all these these tax exempt groups that buy money? Is that what he what he thinks?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know.
The problem is that they have a right to say what they want to, too.
Sure.
That's just their opinion's just as important as, Bernie's.
Right. You just take a minute and feel the burn.
Yeah.
Feel the burn, Greg.
Look, Bernie.
Get you a handful of this burn.
How long, Bernie, you been waiting to say that? My goodness.
I've been waiting a long time, Rick. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll come back. We have other things from the DNC last night. Anybody want to hear from Obama? Michelle?
Oh, yeah, they brought it.
Michelle Obama.
Thank you, Speedy. I like how Speedy hops when he does Bernie.
I have one suggestion for Mrs. Obama in her presentation that I think should be just very straightforward.
We'll be right back.
So you're going to say it?
More Rick and Bubba.
I'm going to say it, Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
And it's going to be a near miss, right? And the lady who's the newsreader, right? The news boob, right? I mean, she's the newsreader. She says, "Could this be Armageddon?" Well, Armageddon has nothing to do with meteors and meteorites and things. Armageddon is a battle between good and evil. See, it's a place, but that demonstrates the total misunderstanding of what's in the between the covers of the Old and New Testament. They don't get it. And the ignorance of our, if you will, cultural elites in this country is astounding, whether it's in Hollywood, where they're attacking Gibson, or whether it's in the so-called mainstream media where they publish newspapers and put television shows on. It's an astounding ignorance. And so I look at this case as an opportunity for the Supreme Court to do the right thing, because my anxiety is that the day that we drive God in all of what it means, out of the public marketplace of ideas, we're on the way down. And every great culture, if you go back to the ancient civilizations, the first step in the process, Viscount Slim wrote a wonderful thing about how empires perish. And of course, he was writing at the time, he's the last Viscount of India, and he's writing in the late 40s about the demise of the British Empire. And he goes back and he looks at the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans and all the great civilizations. The very first step in the end of that culture and that great society that's been formed by these people is the abandonment of their religious ideals. Not to say that, the Roman gods or the Greek goddesses or worshiping the sun god in Egypt was the right thing to do, but the first step in the collapse of that culture was abandoning their religious beliefs. And here we are in the beginning of the 21st century.
Repeating history?
Yeah. We just don't learn. So my hope is that the case that's been started over this will eventually find its way to the right decision in Washington at the Supreme Court.
The shame, if he had just put it like in a big jar of urine, he would have probably been funded.
So it was artwork.
And it would have been protected forever.
Yeah, where he messed up, he should have said this is just a piece of artwork.
Well, and that would have...
Then it would have been fine.
Yeah.
Because we're told to be open-minded and to tolerate everything except Christians.
Yep. That's exactly right.
We'll be back. 877 We Be Big is our
We will go to calls.
More calls when we return. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. So we've talked about a good bit on the program today. And if you missed all that, catch it in the archives today. Our YouTube channel has an archive. Blaze TV has a best of hour for subscribers. And our podcast channel has audio archives, including a best of hour as well. So you can always catch any part of the show you miss on the live options.
Catch it live!
So the DNC last night, that's where we are now. We will get to Michelle Obama, but we cannot miss the hypocrisy of some of what's going on there. So Doug Emhoff is Kamala's husband. Now, they're making much at the DNC because we know that the DNC, they hold marriage in the highest regard. And how dare Donald Trump, be a man who's been married multiple times, and the allegations with the Stormy, what's her name?
Daniels.
Stormy Daniels. And all this. And they're making much of this. Now, Doug is going to talk to us about his marriage, but he's going to leave out an important fact. So, look, I'm good with saying people's past is their past, but they're not, because Donald Trump's past, they're making much of that because we know how the left, modern day, they have the moral high ground.
Yo,
we all know that.
Rick.
I mean, morality means the world to them.
Well, if you throw out the rules, there's no rule breakers.
Especially the sanctity of marriage and life. But anyway, so here's Doug. He's going to give us a sweet little speech, but he's going to leave out an important point. But go ahead.
I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce. But eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work.
Well, he's leaving out that his divorce revolved around him impregnating his kid's nanny.
Rick.
So if you're going to throw out... Now, if you want to stay out of there, I'm good with staying out of it.
I think he needs to stay out.
But if you're going to throw stones at Donald Trump's past, and it's not a good past, okay? But, you know, might want to look at, I don't have a great past either. Hopefully I'll be judged more on who I am now. Now, do I think that Donald Trump is a changed man now? I don't know. But the bottom line is this. If you're going to play this card, how dare this person get up and act like that somehow that he's some wonderful human being that has handled marriage. I mean, you got your nanny pregnant. Okay, so I just stay out of that. If I were the Democrats, I would just take that off. I wouldn't even be talking about that. Yeah. Because I don't think they're going to fare very well when you look at...
Go to another column.
Or at least
what would he be, the first man?
Yes.
If she wins?
Yes.
First man?
Yep. Who wants to be that?
Yeah. He's the second man now, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Second gentleman.
Yes.
Second gentleman.
Anybody want to hear Chuck Schumer sing to Donald Trump?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is good.
Absolutely.
Here's Chucky.
Hey, Chucky boy.
Chuck. Another person as pure as the driven snow.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Chuck Schumer.
Been there a while.
With a message to Donald Trump. Here we go.
What's your message to former President Trump tonight?
You can't always get what you want.
Senator Chuck Schumer, the senior senator from the great state.
That wasn't staged.
How did you like that?
That's a good tune.
Isn't that something?
I wish I could sing.
Isn't that what Trump plays at his rally?
Well, that's why he's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't always get what you want.
He was a little flat.
Was that Adele?
Here comes Michelle Obama. Bubba, you said you had some advice for Michelle?
Well, you know, we all hear,
Here we go.
and you know, we have people texted every day. They refer to her as Big Mike. Okay, so there's this rumor that she's not really a girl. And I don't believe that, by the way. And we had a guest on the podcast who was a researcher into her life and said, no, that's just ridiculous. Some people, you know, that's something they get hung on.
She's just a manly woman.
But if you have people saying that about you, you know, and that is a thing out there, even though it's not true.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to dress in a way that would make you look like a man.
That's a really good point.
I mean, wouldn't that be a good start? Okay.
You know the rumors are there. You need to be in
I would go really girly on everybody.
My presentation would be the end of those rumors.
Head down. Skirt.
I might even have a wardrobe malfunction just to prove it.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
That'll do it.
To all y'all keep calling me Big Mike. Take a look at this. Okay. You know.
Bubba, get your
Bubba, you acting it out.
We good?
Here's Michelle Obama. The hypocrisy continues. Remember, we just had Doug Emhoff, who's part of
what a name.
An organization that I struggle every time I say it. I think I'm losing my job, and it's just his last name. Here is Michelle Obama. Once again, the hypocrisy continues about people who take more than they need. Here we go.
Okay, is this what I would convince everybody I'm not a guy?
My mom.
Wait, what? What'd you say, Bum?
Is this what I would go with to convince people I'm not a guy?
No, I would not. I would have like ruffles.
I would look like the prom queen.
Yes, exactly. Come out in one of them
dresses.
She went with a high and tight.
Yeah.
Haircut.
You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value.
Unless you're conservative.
That anyone can succeed if given the opportunity.
Which we won't give
She
you.
and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning.
Okay. What are you doing about it?
Let's run the facts here. The Obama's net worth right now, $70 million.
Okay.
They have 4 luxurious properties. Michelle herself, if you want her to come speak, $1 million.
There you go.
And her book, the advance she got on her book, $50 million.
Now, what I say to that is congratulations.
Congratulations.
The market would bear it. You ask it, you got it. But why demonize people, other people who've done the same thing that you've done?
I would say to Michelle, and we're market people, if the market, like you said, Bubba.
Absolutely.
But if Michelle says my parents didn't like people taking more than they needed,
Michelle's got more than she needs.
If Michelle comes to speak and you say to her $1 million, do you need another $1 million to come speak somewhere? What would she say?
Uh-huh.
Why don't you do it for $1,200?
Yeah, for free.
Do it for free.
Do it for free. Why? When she, you know what she would say, and I would support this. Well, that's my rate. If you don't like it, don't pay me. People will pay me to do it. Okay, but that's not what you said.
Yeah.
If you would do that, I'm fine with that. But that's not what you said. You said people that overprice themselves or take more than they're needed, that your parents were suspicious, and how can I be doing so well when other people aren't doing well? Well, there's people right now everywhere that don't know how they're going to eat this week, and you get $1 million to speak. Should you just maybe say, why don't you give the $1 million to the local food bank? And then I'll speak for free because I have all I need.
Yeah, those are her words.
Right. I mean, if you're going to say what she said,
her words.
I got no problem with their wealth because this country's been good to them, even though they demonize the very country that helped them produce this wealth.
Mm-hmm.
That's inconsistent. You're saying one thing, but you're living another.
Exactly.
Much like the fact has been made about global warming and the fact that we're told that the sea is going to rise all this amount. And they have bought a place, a very, very nice multi-million-dollar place that's only a few feet above sea level.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think that the ice caps melting is going to raise the ocean 7 to 10 foot, and you bought property 4 foot above it, you don't really believe that.
No, what you're hearing is that since they're Marxists and disciples of Saul Alinsky, what you're hearing is the ruling class pretending to be a champion for the working class and the downtrodden, when all they're going to do is keep you downtrodden while they live a different life.
Yep.
Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
15 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Oliver North is our guest, and we'll take your phone calls. Let's go to Kenneth. Kenneth is in Montgomery, Alabama, listening to us on Alice 96.1, and can also watch us on Turner South. Kenneth, you're on with Oliver North. Go right ahead.
Monkey grass.
Hey, thank you, brother. Appreciate you listening.
No, I was just hearing you talk about earlier about like the movie Tokyo and everything. I grew up in a military family. My father was in the Air Force from the brown shoe days. He was in Korea. He was in Vietnam. If he had been 60 years old, he would have went to Desert Storm. And
hey, I'm 60 years old, and I went to this one. And your dad, I'd be glad he didn't go.
Well, the only reason why I'm not in the military is I'm in a wheelchair. So I was born with a disability. So you ever make a vehicle or airplane or anything that I can fly, I'll be there.
God love you.
But the fact that you were talking earlier about the way people are, the support of the military, and we do need to support our military. I mean, I grew up, it was drilled in my head that if you did not believe in this country, or if you believed in this country, believed in your rights and everything, you should fight for it. But if you can't live here and have all these things going for you and not support the country, all these people that went to Canada during Vietnam, they should not have been allowed to come back and enjoy the freedoms that we have here because they didn't want to fight. I mean, no matter what your beliefs are as far as what we were over there for, my father was over there, and it was like, you're in the military, you do what the government asks you to do.
Kenneth, let me give you that. First of all, I salute you and for calling in and your dad's service. When I was in Vietnam many, many years ago, 35 years ago, one of the bravest men I ever knew was a Navy medical corpsman who was a conscientious objector. He refused to carry a firearm. He saved my life. He was eventually killed a couple of weeks after he'd saved my life, trying to save the life of another Marine. And he was a Mennonite from Ohio. He was a remarkably brave young man. But he knew that his obligation was to serve his country in any way he could, was a conscientious objector, didn't believe in killing, but he believed in saving lives, and was willing to serve his country and lost his life serving this country, trying to save the lives of other people. So I agree with what you say, Kenneth. Unfortunately, there's a movement afoot, I think in large part because it is a political silly season. You got these 9 gnomes that are running the other party that are doing nothing but bash the president. And I remind everybody, that is the idea that they're not going to give this president the $87 billion that he needs to win this war on terrorism is incredibly selfish politically. And second of all, it is incredibly short-sighted because, as the president said on Sunday night, this is a war we cannot lose.
Let me ask you this. On that note, what's your feeling today on the family members that are they were on the Capitol this morning saying it's wrong for our reservists for their duty to be extended?
Well, I'll tell you what would be wrong. And by the way, I understand why family members are saying, look, I want my husband home and my dad home and things like that. But
I would think every military wife wants her husband home.
Well, sure, and mine did too.
Right.
You know, and Betsy chose not to, go out and hold a placard to do it because I guess maybe raised in a different culture than some of the youngsters today. I don't know what they expected that they were signing on for when they signed up for the Guard or Reserve, but they signed on to serve. And here's what would be wrong. The law says that an employer has to keep that job open for 6 months. That's the law. You cannot fire the guy because he's off in the reserves for 6 months. If you know of an employer who is going to permanently replace this person who's serving, you ought to go to that employer and say, you better not do it, because I'm going to come on Rick and Bubba and name you. See, here's my message to you employers out there. Yeah, it's going to be an extended period of time. You're going to have to do without somebody who's serving the Guard and Reserve. My foundation that does the scholarships for youngsters who've lost a parent serving in the line of duty, who's been killed in action, that scholarship program is run by a foundation of volunteers. One of the youngsters who works there is a member of the National Guard. I'm doing without him. His salary is paid separately. There's no overhead for the scholarship fund. Part of the proceeds of this book go to support that scholarship fund. That youngster is not going to be replaced. I'm going to hire contractors to come in and keep our, computers running and things like that. But he has a job when he gets home. And if you're an employer, or you've got a person in the Guard or Reserve serving our country and isn't going to be back for you, and you replace him, woe betide you. If I find out, I'll come on Rick and Bubba and name you.
Or fight.
You got it.
So, that was the thing. Of course, they all are wished it wouldn't have happened, but when you say I'm serving the military,
that's part of the price you pay.
You know that's out there. Yep. But it's also our duty as the citizens and employers to take care of these people while they're serving.
They better.
Because they're going in our place.
Yep.
Let's go to the phones. All right, we're back. 6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here as we move to another hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I want to update some folks, too. A lot of you, as we're getting in the final year of the Rick and Bubba show, you can always check the Rick and Bubba store, but, I've gotten to the point now where there's so many things we're out of and restocking and whatever. So I just asked on your benefit, for some of you that are emailing me to the store, what do we have in stock that's still there? And so I got something back yesterday, and some of it we may get in time for Christmas too. But right now, the 30th anniversary, there's some of those shirts left. Okay, if you want, and that's the one like the logo you see Adler using behind me. It's got that on it, and 30 years of Radio Gold. Some of those shirts are left. The Rick and Bubba playing cards, which, by the way, I love those. I mean, it's got a little history of the Rick and Bubba show on every card. It's got us as the face cards. If you'd love to have some of those, it said there's 91 of those left. So you could grab those, and those probably will not be restocked. I was shocked, but there's actually some coffee mugs left. I thought we were out of all those. There are some left. So if you'd like to have that, they're there. Rick and Bubba socks, some of those are there. and there's some of the Rick and Bubba sunglasses. So again, you may see us get some other stuff before Christmas. Like Bubba and I both have asked to restock on the hunting hats, the Blaze camo hats with the logo on the front. We are going to restock those. You'll probably have those in September. And they'll also be the last of the theme tea glasses. And they'll have us in our camo, recognizing hunting season. So that'll be coming out in September, too. So just a little update from the store. And those of you that have things that are back ordered, those should be coming to you this week. We're filling those orders, too. So just an update from the store. And you can also just use the text line, 866-932-3244. If you text the word store, the link will come right to your phone. So there we go. All right, so we were rushing through the DNC stuff last night and just hitting a few high points in the hypocrisy that seemed to never end. But Michelle Obama, we call the hypocrisy there. The hypocrisy of Kamala Harris's husband, Doug. I don't even want to say his last name anymore.
The best friend, Doug.
Yep. So I see why she didn't take his name.
Absolutely.
For her, that'd be a rough ride, I think. But anyway, so the there we go. So Barack, got a little juvenile. A little surprising. He's usually above the juvenile fray. Usually a little more class, but Barack goes in the gutter a little bit. And I thought they always told us when people hit low, they go high. Apparently not. Here is Barack Obama, believe it or not, making a bit of a phallic joke here. So here we go.
There's the childish nicknames.
Talking about Trump.
The crazy conspiracy theories.
There is.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes.
And he held his hands up. And in the same breath, he said childish. He accused Trump of being childish.
Yeah.
In the same clip.
Yeah, right.
You remember little Marco tried that when Trump was trying to get the nomination. It didn't go well.
No. Remember, we couldn't believe what we were seeing. So there you go. Also,
he did deliver it pretty good, though. To be honest.
Yeah, he did. That was a good.
Yeah, look, it's funny.
Fun. It's a funny line, but they were above all that though. They're above all that.
They're going high.
They go high.
They hit low, we hit high.
Yeah. So what were you going to play? Because I was going to go to, Gavin Newsom.
Okay.
Because some of this stuff is just so common sense. You just have to ask yourself questions. And we've talked about that. Are you better off now with the economy and the cost of things and jobs and security and the border? We've talked about all that. But when you hear something like this, when the Democrats begin to throw people out like they're all-stars that we all think are a laughingstock, you just have to think to yourself, is this the bunch that I want to be with? So here's Newsom bragging about California. And you won't believe one of the reasons he talks about that California is so awesome. So here we go.
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom from the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Amen.
Is the word.
It's a harbinger.
So we get to look forward to
Yeah,
hundreds of thousands of people taking dumps in the streets. That we get to afford that.
And don't forget, Greg, the great state of Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, the best business to be in California is a moving business
Yes.
right now.
That's a fact.
You got all you can handle.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that may have canceled the archive today. The song California was
Yeah, it was
late.
so much hotter in the mix than I realized.
Yeah, it was. So what were you suggesting, Adler? You had something you were going to hint?
So as they go through all the states announced their delegates, and we heard from a person from New Jersey.
Oh, boy.
Who struggled a little bit.
All right, so this is New Jersey casting their vote?
Yeah, this is New Jersey, and Well, they're going to announce who they are, and they're going to get lots of applause. But then, unfortunately, after that, they're going to totally forget what they're talking about, try to attack Trump, freeze up, and then just say thank you.
Okay, good. No. Yeah. All right, Speedy, step out of the room.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
What? Rick, believe it or not, he's confused.
Yeah.
Can't believe pronouns are she, her, hers, Greg.
She, her, hers.
But that was a he, him, him.
Yeah, it was. That was an ugly woman. One or the other.
So this is where we are now. Pronouns.
Yeah.
My pronouns are
whatever your
Z, Zir, and Zo.
Whatever your pronoun is, and whatever you community you're from, do you still want to pay what you're paying for groceries?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what your world is. Don't we all wish groceries weren't so high right now?
Even if you're
before you head out to the meeting this month, wouldn't you like to be able to afford a meal?
Right. How about your power bill? Yeah. Would you like to get energy independent again? How do you feel about some of the people that are coming in the border unvetted that won't really like your pronoun thing?
Yeah.
Very much at all.
What about a tyrannical central government that weaponizes the justice system against their political opponents and silences free speech and shuts down churches and schools and all that? How do you feel about that?
We can't be bothered. Hey, we can't be bothered with that Adler,
because we're saving democracy.
Because emotionally, I don't want anybody to tell me what pronoun I can and can't be.
And guys, I was disappointed Steve Harvey endorsed Kamala.
Yeah.
But then I was devastated when Little John did. I thought I saw that.
Our Little John.
This will definitely get us canceled here.
Let's go. Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say.
I'm sure he's done the research. I'm sure he's done.
Oh yeah, right.
I'm sure he's done the research.
I bet he has.
I'm sure he's fully aware of what's happening in our constitutional republic.
They said, "Hey, Lil John, we'll give you money if you come to this," and he said, "Okay,
yeah,
say less."
Phone calls are next, America. What say you? While you still can, 866 we be big. So we'll take your phone calls next to find out what's on your mind. And all 10 lines are available. So if you move right now, you ought to get in. And you'll be on the show when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go to Larry, Hoganville, Georgia. Larry, go ahead.
Good morning, Colonel. How are you doing this morning?
Great, Larry. How are you?
I just wanted to applaud your efforts there for the reservists. That's been about 23 years in
God love
the Air
you.
Force Reserve. But my question this morning is, if we get rid of Saddam and find him and find Osama bin Laden, do you think the terrorism will cease or go down any, or do you think it's here to live with?
Larry, we've got, I think 150, 200 years from now, the history books will say this was the 20-year war or the 25-year war. We're dealing with people who want to kill you and want to kill themselves. You know, we've only dealt with that a couple of times. We've dealt with it now with 911, which we're about to recognize here, you know, a year later tomorrow. We're dealing with it in things like what we've seen in the Middle East, as we saw yesterday twice.
Right.
People with explosives wrapped around them, intending to kill themselves, trying to kill as many Israelis as possible. We're dealing with people who want us dead that much that they want to die doing it. The kamikazes, there were 2,614 of them. By the way, 16 of them are still alive, which makes you wonder, couldn't they fly or what?
It just means they wasn't good at takeoff.
Well,
Yeah.
And so what you've got is a situation where we're dealing with somebody who intends to kill themselves. That's going to be around a while. The jihadist war is going to eventually fold when the Saudi money is no longer there, the Wahhabis aren't kicking money into it, where there's no havens for them to go train and recruit and rest and do all the kinds of things that they need to do in terrorist organizations. But that's going to take a while. The best place, as the president said Sunday night, do you want to fight these folks in Birmingham and Boston, or do you want to fight them in Baghdad? And I think the answer that everybody, to include those families that are saying, I want my husband home. The answer is, if you want your husband home, then we deal with this problem and get it over with as quickly as possible over there. Fight them on the streets of Baghdad. Fight them out in the boonies of Afghanistan. But let's not be fighting them in Albany and dealing with it here in this country, because, and I'm saying this as a guy who's been overseas now 6 times in 6 different wars, I don't want my wife and kids to be the target of another assassin. You see?
You've been there.
Been there, done that, as we say in the Marines. And so that's the kind of stuff that I try to write about in books like Jericho Sanction. It's the kind of thing that I think the American people need to realize this is not going to be over quickly. It's going to continue. We've got a great chance to do a major setback, Larry, on terrorism in winning the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Once you have democracies flourishing there, the news is going to get out to the people in Riyadh and Damascus and Cairo and Amman and Tehran. Democracy works, even in countries where there's no tradition for it. And it will work if we stay the course.
Because of the great human spirit.
Exactly.
Well,
liberty.
And I'll find myself guilty of this too. We talked about it. I mean, 9/11 tomorrow, 2 years since it happened tomorrow, the second anniversary of it, and I find myself being one of these people. We as Americans now, we love closure. We want closure. We want a time period.
Sure.
And,
Put a ribbon on it.
Yeah, and, right. That's done. We got that. All of us wanted. We want to see Saddam Hussein's body.
Sure.
We want to see Osama's body, and then we want to go back to work and go, well, that war's done. But like you're saying, this is, and what the president's trying to make us understand, me included, is we are against an enemy this is going to be almost like you take a bush hog and just start delaying everything out, clearing it up. And it's not just about Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden. It's about stopping the process.
Terrorism today is very much like a fast food franchise. They've got little cells of it all over the place, to include here in the United States. They send their people.
Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess taking them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we thank you for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. And here we go, say. Let's start with Asa. Asa is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Asa, welcome. Welcome to the show. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
We're great. We're great.
That's awesome. Look, I want to commend Adler for his replays that he's been playing today. He's been playing an interview with Oliver North from back in, I don't know, the early 2000s, and it's such a good interview. I mean, it really touched me, and to see him and to just the things he had to say and how he proclaims Jesus is such a blessing. And to tell you the truth, I would love to see him on the podcast or maybe do a Skype interview with him before y'all go off the air again, just to see how he's doing and everything. And also, on top of that, I would like to say that Greg Burgess has to be the best receptionist I've ever heard. If he ever decides to do anything, he should be a receptionist because he's awesome.
He kind of already is.
He already is. I don't know how – I have not heard anything from Oliver North publicly in a very long time. So
now, he was on several times with the show. He made an appearance at Fat Fest.
Oh, yeah. Time. But what I'm saying is current day, when he talked about this, I wonder, is he in the aging process even able to do something like a podcast?
I don't know.
Or
you do remember, like I don't know if it was this trip or not. I don't know if we have shown around the studio. We see it in here in the break, but we can't hear it all the time. Yeah. You know who his handler was, his producer when he was here? Griff Jenkins from Fox News, who went on to become one of their anchors.
Yep. Let's go to Matt in Mississippi. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Y'all talked about this a few weeks back, and honestly, I couldn't get through that day, so I'm going to be honest, I've been holding this one in for a while.
Oh, boy.
But,
oh, boy.
You think in middle school that the second gentleman didn't get picked because of his lack of masculinity? Or I'm thinking the team captains were going to be the last one to say, I got Emhoff. And so that's...
Yeah, I was afraid that's what you were going to say, so...
look at that one in there.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
Look at that
our
right
receptionist. What did he refer to a minute ago? Was
Greg the receptionist?
Yeah, Greg the receptionist loaded you up there, brother.
Yeah, there you go.
Laughing.
Yes, sir.
It's not funny, Greg.
Yeah, that's right.
He's been trying to get that through all day.
Obama won't think it's funny until he uses it in his next speech. Let's go to Jimmy in Alabama. Hey, Jimmy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, boys?
We're good.
Bye.
Okay, so I want to get your thoughts on these movies that are coming out. They're rebooting. They're doing The Crow. They're doing they're doing The Crow. They're redoing
Got
The
your
Crow,
list. What about The Crow?
Yeah.
See, sir, I don't know your list. You should know it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's like you're asking me for help, but I don't know the list.
You didn't call the Kreskin line.
Right.
The Alien. They're redoing Alien. They're doing Beetlejuice, and Bubba should love this one. It is the new Ronald Reagan movie coming out on August 30th with Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, but that's not a reboot.
Yeah, it's not a remake, though, is it?
Yeah, you know,
you didn't mention Twister. That was probably the next one to buy.
Well, that's Twister.
Speedy, you saw it, didn't you?
Twisters, yeah, the new one.
Was the old one Twister and this Twister?
Yeah, correct.
Oh, wow. We really got shifty there, didn't we?
I'm not sure that I'm going to say that Alien's a reboot because they've done multiple Alien movies. I just think this is just the next one. I have no interest in any of those you mentioned except the Ronald Reagan movie. I do not want to see Beetlejuice again. Couldn't care less about The Crow. And I left the Alien series a long time ago. Yeah. So
I'll watch Twisters.
The Ronald Reagan movie I would like to see.
Yeah, I would too.
But that's not a reboot. But yeah. Let's go to Mike. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to find out if you thought it was a little ironic that the party that doesn't want to finish the border wall and defund the police and require no voter ID had an abundance of all that going on at the DNC. They had more police than they had at all the riots back in 2020.
We actually did that. Yep. We made those same points. You must have missed that earlier in the show.
Don't miss a minute.
Yeah, so everything you just said was verbatim of what we said. But obviously, because we've already said that, we would agree with you. It is very ironic. But there's a lot of irony and hypocrisy going on with the convention. Yes. Quite a bit. Let's go to Philip in the free state of Florida. Philip, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I heard on ARN News last week that Biden dropped off some Haitian immigrants in your beautiful state. I never heard the outcome of it or what happened to them, but I think you should load them up on a bus and send them to Rehoboth.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. Have you? They talking about they brought some here? Mm-hmm. Well, we have them all the time. This is not new for us. Mm-hmm. I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, we've had a country invading us for quite a while.
Right. Yeah, it would be no big adjustment for those of us, in the southern states. And the other thing that someone said is they are redoing Gladiator. That one wasn't listed. I would be interested in that one. I'm going to watch the new Gladiator.
According to info coming in via text, Twisters is the next story in line, not a reboot. Beetlejuice is also a follow-up, not a reboot.
Right.
When I say reboot, I mean they're just redoing the
same
story
movie.
over.
Yeah.
That it's actually a separate story in the history of that very dedicated series.
Yeah, I had it. I actually watched the trailer of Twisters last night at home, and then just said, "No, I'm not."
Well, during vacation time, we got a lot of downtime.
Yeah, right,
and we just we went ahead and got it and watched it. We didn't go to the theater, which I'm sure it would have, with the theater sound and all that, it would have been like you were in the tornado. But it was.
Yeah, I don't really like being in tornadoes.
No. But
let's go to Chuck in Birmingham. Chuck, go ahead.
Chuck. Yeah, guys. I hesitate to ask this question of you because you may not want to answer it, but I have as a Christian, as a Bible-believing Christian, I have a very difficult situation to be around people who claim to be Christian and yet they're voting for Kamala and the Democrat platform. I honestly, and I'm not trying to judge people because only God can do that, understand that, but for the life of me, I can't see how any Bible-believing, born-again Christian can vote for the platform of the Democrat Party. Forget Kamala, forget personalities. I can't believe someone who claims Christ as the Lord of their life can vote for the Democrat platform.
Yeah, it's got some real issues. You got to be careful, and you kind of went there because you'll also get pushback when someone will say, well, how can a true follower of Christ support someone like Donald Trump and the things he does and the way he lives and, some of the things he said. You have to be ready for that one. But you made it clear it's ideology, and you're right. When you look at the platform in its modern state, like the things now, they fly so in the face of that faith in Christ. Like you said, personalities and individuals, they're everybody's flawed to some degree, some greater than others. And there's defiant, perpetual versus stumbling and making mistakes like we all do. But boy, the ideology, it just seems to be more and more wicked and dark on the left. So that to me is a tougher case to make.
Rick and Bubba.
Off to Terror U, which used to be at Tora Bora. And what they do over there is they train these people up and send them back home. There's no central repository of, some guy getting on a cell phone some morning and say, you blow up this building and you blow up that building. It's happening all as a fast food franchise kind of operation. God willing, we're going to win it and stay the course.
Oliver North, thanks for being with us. Those of you on
Thank you, Ollie.
Thanks. I love you guys.
Books and Company.
Books and Company today, if you're in Birmingham, that is noon to 1:30 Central.
I'm going to come watch.
Fort Campbell,
I want you
Kentucky,
there.
tonight, 7 to 8:30 Central. Those of you that have some more radio, we'll be back. Those of you that are done with us on radio and television, have a wonderful day, and God bless you. We will return.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick
Here we go, 35 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us again today. Tens of thousands of you are responding to amac.us/bigbox. Yeah. This is the Association of Mature Citizens. Picture AARP without the leftist agenda. There you go. It's a lobby for conservative values, for the Constitution, for freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, all the things that you go, okay, now that's what I want from my government. I want them to stay inside the Constitution. I want maximum liberty. I want the rights that the Constitution has afforded me. But I would still like to have some of that stuff you get with, your restaurant discounts, your travel discounts, and all those wonderful things that go with it, and get Medicare and Social Security advice for free, and get discounts on your insurance and all that. All that's available. And did you know right now, if you'd like to try it, you can do it for $1 and get an entire year of membership, including the magazine. So go to amac.us/bigbox today for 1 year for $1, or use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we had someone call and talk about the different movies that are either continuations or, the thing you're struggling with right now with the entertainment industry, especially movies, is original ideas. And God forbid there be a story. So now it's kind of like, well, these brands worked in the past. Let's do another one. Either reboot it or act like we're continuing. You heard the list that was given. Now, Speedy, I will say, because you did not see it in the theaters. Now, am I crazy, or did not one of your sons or multiple sons, they saw it in the theater, right, when it came out?
Reese did.
That's what I thought. I thought Reese did it, because you were saying you just saw it, and I was like, I thought Speedy said he saw that in the theater, but it was Reese, not you.
Yeah.
So anyway, you just rented it.
Actually bought it, Rick.
No way.
Yeah, well,
no way.
now
no way you bought it.
Now it's like the buy and the rent option are only about $4.
And you'll never watch it again.
I probably won't, but at least if the family wants to watch it, those that haven't, it's in our library now. So,
so here is somebody who texted me and said this.
Okay,
I hear y'all talking about Twisters. I'm going to see if you agree with this. I saw it in the theater. Now that is different.
Yep.
Okay, let's acknowledge that.
Turned down for what?
And thought it may actually be better than the original.
Now that's just Speedy. Speedy, you've seen it. I've just seen the trailer and I can't handle it.
Look, 1996 Twister, you can't touch that.
Okay,
come on now.
I'm just
Helen
saying.
Hunt and Wife Beater, 1996. You can't beat that.
Bill
Paxton,
the lady read a text.
Yeah.
I have no opinion. I haven't seen it.
As you asked John McCain, you don't mean that.
You don't mean that.
So
that's
it is no Twister, and I had to. Now
it was Twisters.
I didn't buy Twisters when we were down at the beach. When we got home and over the weekend we watched it. So I had a pretty good surround sound system. So we kind of felt like we were there. Now it wasn't a theater or anything, but
what did you hate about it?
It's not that I hated anything about it. It's just at first you could tell they tried to pull in a little bit of Twister, like the characters and all this kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, it's called Twisters.
Most sequels.
But it was. Well, that's not what it was. It wasn't a hey, it's the same storyline. Now, did it have characters that were
it's not
hunting tornadoes and storm chasers and all that? Yes.
Well, they don't tie any of them back to the original.
Yes, kind of.
Well, they lost their villain.
They kind of do, but it's only for the first few minutes.
Look at the text. I had a coworker also say Twisters is better than the original.
Oh gosh,
I'm sorry.
Serious?
I'm just sorry. I didn't see it. I have no idea.
Speedy, you've seen it.
A lot of folks think it.
Was this guy? Was he eye candy for the ladies in it? Because all the clips I see.
Well,
has him.
Glenn Powell's a big deal right now. He's in a lot of stuff, and he played Tyler in the movie, which is the main character. One of them.
Is he somehow kin to?
And he's the cool storm chaser.
How is he related to the original people? I know there's a tie-in.
They got to be a tie.
Well, I think he was a meteorologist at one point.
I thought I saw some reference to Dorothy in the trailer.
Yes, no, there is a Dorothy.
Okay.
There is a Dorothy.
That goes back to the original.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it wasn't the full storyline, but when it started out, it tried to kind of say, hey, we have a Dorothy, and it's kind of the same setup, and they're building it up, and of course course, there was tragedy, and that haunts the characters on why they are chasing storms because of their past and what tornadoes did to their family. So all that is very similar to the original.
Yeah.
And so I'll give you that. But the new one, I mean, it's good. The storyline's a little different, and how they kind of come together. But it wasn't bad. And will I watch it again? Probably.
Well,
yes,
yeah, you bought
because
it.
it's in my catalog
Ricky
now.
bought it.
So I probably will.
So he don't feel like he's getting his money worth.
Just for the money's sake.
I didn't hate
He'll
it.
watch it twice just to cut the price of it.
Yeah.
He'll make everybody in his family watch it.
I did. Well, the way I told Tara, I was like, well, let's say we went to the movies, okay, and we paid to go watch it. We're going to spend more on just doing that than if we just bought the thing.
Right.
So now we have it.
What
But-
if you could have watched it for free? Would it have been better than the original?
Well, now because Universal it made it, it will get to Peacock probably around October. That'll be the streaming platform.
That's when I'll watch it.
Me too.
And so, but no, it was good. Again, you have to
Dorothy
separate
fly?
the two. Where they did try to marry the storyline with information like Dorothy and other stuff of the past, then it became its own. But it was not bad. It was not bad. It wasn't like the original. Nothing is.
I watched the original this weekend. I mentioned this during the kickoff hour, but I actually watched the entire original Twister this weekend with my wife. It is not a good movie, but it's a fun movie.
No, it's a great movie.
It's not a good movie.
It's a great
movie. Speedy, it's a bad movie.
No, it's not.
I'm telling you right now, buddy.
No.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's not. It's too.
First of all, Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt need to get a room, okay? They
Well,
are in front of the new fiance. They're like hugging. Oh, wow, what a beautiful. Oh, you survived. I'm so happy you survived. Oh, all right.
Oh, the two storm chasers that are on the brink of divorce that have come together to fight a tornado.
They're
to get
already
the
divorced.
papers
She won't
signed.
sign the papers.
I know, because she still loves him.
Sign the papers.
She still loves
The
him.
new
And
fiance's
he's
right
back.
there, and they're like
Awkward.
hugging on each other.
Oh,
like,
we got
an event. What a weather event. I'm just so worked up right now.
Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. We got cows. Okay, I'm sorry.
Wow. He has a quote from the original.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So it's not a good movie, but it's a fun movie.
No, it's a great movie, is what it is. And now Twisters again. Hey, for for today's movies where it seems like, Greg, that they use so many different things.
At least
like
they didn't claim it was based on a true story.
Greg, I'm afraid what he's trying to prepare you for is blue screen.
Yeah, it's going like a video game.
Well, let me say this: you do feel like you're in a tornado, and things are predictable. It's like
Even at home, I can see this in the theater. They'd be all around you.
Yeah. Oh no. How loud do you think I had it? If you were walking past my house, you would think, "Is there a tornado?" And wow, there's a lot. And there's things that kind of reference back to the old movie, like the town that's destroyed and family that gets hit by the tornado, and hey, we're at a rodeo, and all of a sudden here it comes. There's a little bit.
By the
of
way,
that.
this is not me doing it.
But I'm just being vague, because in the original you saw
I think it's
some
been
of
out
that.
long enough. No,
Yeah,
if they hadn't
and-
seen it by now, it's on them.
Yeah. So I mean, I liked it. I forget about the slices of pizza. What's 3?
Three is
is
you'd pay to see it
You'd
again.
pay to see it again.
Oh,
Which only you didn't pay first time.
2 and
2 is I liked it, but I probably wouldn't pay to see it again.
I'd watch it on TV.
Is there a
if it came
2.5?
on.
No.
I can't remember.
Is that
Well,
about
yeah,
where
you
it
could.
goes?
I would, since I've already. It's kind of tough because I have paid to I bought it, so I will watch it again. I just don't know when.
Yeah.
All right, people are saying on text, please tell me it's not true. Do not tamper with this, that they're going to remake Tombstone.
I saw that.
You have heard that?
I mean, I just saw that.
I hope
Matthew McConaughey?
I hope Kevin Costner hasn't any part of it. Let me tell you.
Yeah, my goodness.
Boy, his thing.
It's highly disappointing.
Don't even get me started on that. I don't need that kind of blood pressure today. That I couldn't believe what was
He
done.
messed up Yellowstone over that.
I can't get those 3 hours back. No way.
There's speculation that there's a remake starring Matthew McConaughey, but it is not currently in production, so it's just speculation right now.
Right. Again, Hollywood. It's okay for somebody to come up with an original idea. Hey, you know what? We'd like some dialogue too, maybe some interesting dialogue, and you can have a story and even have a conclusion. We have no problem with that.
Time travel doesn't have to be in every movie.
Yeah,
course,
we're good. Flashbacks. We don't need them every movie. We're
Can't
good.
we just start a story?
We're
and go with it?
good.
Can I say back to the comparisons between Twisters and the original Twister? Like, so you had the doctor, Dr. Melissa, whatever her name was in the movie.
psychiatrist.
Yeah, that they got married
Yeah,
they're about to get married.
She had to
trying
sign the paper.
How dare she be afraid of tornadoes?
And so she's the one that doesn't know about the tornado. She's not a storm chaser. And
She got caught up in it.
and she's all caught up in it. In Twisters, the person that's all caught up in it is a reporter from like the New York Times who's writing an article about storm chasing and about Tyler, who's Glenn Powell, and following him along. But Daisy Edgar Jones, who plays Kate, ends up kind of stealing the story. So that's kind of that.
Thank you,
But
buddy.
that's the comparison between
Well, there
the two.
you go.
Twisters.
The computer animation in the original does not hold up. I'm sorry.
You talking about
Speedy.
the flying cow?
But there's no yuck factor. There's nothing. So if you just
That's
want to
what
go
he's
see
disappointed
if you
in.
want to go see a fun movie and just watch a movie, that's a good one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Without him, brother.
Okay. All right, as we get back. Bubba, also an interesting situation for me at home yesterday, and I know a lot of guys in the audience can relate to this. I wasn't paying attention, and we've done this quite a bit. I caught myself not paying attention that my wife was openly talking about changing her hair. We've been so busy, we've been so hectic with the move and all this. You know, I kind of thought I heard it off in the distance. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. I'm going to get my hair done. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
no.
That kind of thing. Let me tell you something. And this is kind of a dilemma you find yourself in, because you know how the world famous, the unanswerable question, do I look fat in this? You know what I mean? That we all dread. Well, this is in that same genre, but not really. So anyway, I get a call. And Sherry had said, and I thought I heard it, she said, she highlights and everything in blonde. She says, I think I'm going to quit highlighting. She said, I'm looking at Brooke's hair. It's kind of a gold color. She said, that's really my natural color, is a kind of a honey blonde kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, whatever. Just don't cut it short. You know what I mean? And so she goes and does this. So all of a sudden, and let me tell you how goofy this was. Gosh, I hope I got time for this, because it is going to own you part of it. I get home. And
I'm nervous. You just talking about
listen,
it.
I get home, and I'm not thinking about it, and I rush down to the office because her mom's in town, and the kid, Brooks is, Big Love is at school and at preschool, and then Taz is playing with his grandmother, and I said, I'm going to run downstairs. I've been trying to get my Dickie Nadmeyer stuff set up at the new house. And I went and got me some mini discs. So I went down there, and I'm putting it in. So I go, I'm going to call Sherry.
Do you know what a day this is, Rick?
Listen, I'm going to call Sherry and test it. Yes. Hey, babe. Hey, this is Dickie. Hey, who's speaking? I'm just yucking it up.
Having a good time.
I'm fine. I'm like, oh, my gosh. Look. You were cutting it all off, shutting it all down. Hey, what? You're going to hate my hair. And I went, oh, boy. I said, what happened? Well, they said that they had to, like, turn it, all of it a certain one color and get for the high. And some kind of girl talk about
You got to
hair.
get it all one color to go back to another color. Yeah,
and look, and she goes,
that's how you like when you paint a brick wall.
Okay.
You have to do
All right, so I didn't understand all that. My bottom line was, hey, are you ugly? You know what I mean? And so she was like,
do I know you?
Yeah, and she was like all upset and everything. So she comes home. And I said,
Rick?
She says, I'm at the house. I said, should I come upstairs? She says, no. So she disappears. So I'm downstairs, and I'm going, eventually I've got to return to the main part of the house. You know what I mean? Eventually I'll have to go up there where the family is. I'll have to see it. And I'm preparing myself and all this, and I'm not exaggerating. I get up there, and she comes out of the room, and she is hot as a pistol. I mean, it looks great. And I wasn't prepared. Now, it's different. Okay, look, and I went. So then there came the dilemma. I started making so much of a fuss on it. She goes, well, why, you're just really fired up about this. Was I just, and then you start going, oh, no, I'm going down that, do I look fat in that road? You know what I mean? I found myself on it. She's about to claim now, what was I, some Ugg walking around?
Yeah, right.
Hey, I got 2 words for you, Angie Everhart. The model,
color is it now?
The model had the kind of red go Auburn type hair.
Auburn chestnut kind
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
Oh.
And buddy,
Okay.
I don't know what it is. It's like how about
Rick? We understand. We all caught the show yesterday.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
but what I'm talking about is I couldn't leave it alone. I kept going, man, that is just, I mean, you look hot. And then it came out. She goes, "Are you trying to do some kind of you got a new woman thing?" And I went,
"No." Who was it first brought that up?
Look, I went, oh, it's not like that at all. It's not like Bewitched where she dressed up as the evil sister. It's not that at all. and it's the same person, but she changed her hair color, and all of a sudden it was a different person.
It also happened on Archie Bunker one time, All in the Family.
Yeah.
Remember Gloria?
I don't know what it was, but
she got the wig, and Meathead was really liked it.
Yeah, the little curly wig she had that time. So, but you think you're being supported. The next thing you know, now you've been turned into. She's going, what
yeah, ladies, how are we supposed to respond to that? You make a change.
The Hour, Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. If you missed any of the show today, you can catch the archives a little bit later on our YouTube or our podcast channel. We've covered quite a bit already. Active week going on at themanchurch.com, and I can't get Jake now, who called yesterday, when I say Rincon Church of God in Rincon, Georgia. Thanks a lot for putting that in my head. Lance Ingram will be there. Dr. Lou himself, he'll be speaking as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy coming up on Saturday. Also Saturday, 5 Points Baptist, Northport, Alabama. Scott Dawson will be there. On Sunday the 25th, First Baptist Church, Mount Olive, Alabama. Rich Wingo will be there. And how about our friend Mac Powell will be leading worship. Andy Blanks will be speaking at Jeff State's Chilton County campus. They'll be on the campus. It's hosted by First Baptist Church, Thorsby, Alabama. They're at the community college, so you can go see Andy Blanks and enjoy Mac Powell coming up on Sunday. Also Sunday in Arab, Alabama, Gilliam Springs Baptist Church, Gil McKee will be speaking there. So that's all the man churches going on. And then I got some follow-up emails from parents yesterday. The Alabama Baptist is also doing 4 to 524. Now, this is something that we're partnering with the Alabama Baptist in their men's ministry at Westwood Baptist Church. This is for grades 7th to 12th. Males, obviously. Kevin Dareberry leading worship. Andy Blank speaking there on Saturday. Also, Brian Gill from our team will be there. And all those young men that come, they'll get one of our 40-day devotionals, too, from the How to Be a Man series. So I had people follow up last night saying, now tell me about that again. If you go to themanchurch.com, anything I just mentioned, look under events, including that one for youth. For males, 7th to 12th grade, you can find all that there under events. And then I'll be in Springfield, Missouri, Friday night for a stand-alone men's event called Stay in the Battle at Crossway Baptist Church. You can find that at rickandbubba.com under events. Okay, so I want to ask you guys a question. First of all, people there's all kinds of questions. Dylan, you've started a tornado with this tornado movie. But anyway, so we have all those being texted in, and so we hear your words. So, and then you got people going in there saying, what was your favorite Batman? So we've lost control now.
Okay. Did you?
Have you ever seen a character change as much as the actor playing Batman with all those Batman things?
There's people I forgot.
Let me ask you one more thing about Twister. Was it when we
Twister or Twisters?
Twister. When we went to, was it in California or in
Universal
Orlando?
Studios.
When we went in and they actually had the drive-in, where everybody got in that, and we were in it and it tore it apart. Was that at in California or Orlando?
I was in that.
Or were we on that same trip?
I was
together?
in that vehicle.
Different?
I was in that vehicle with you.
Right.
And I know we experienced it. It was called the Twister Experience. And a tornado comes while you're there, and you sit there and it rocks you around and all that. You experience the special effects. I do not know if that was the one in Orlando or L.A., but we did do it.
Yeah, the one we were in, we're at the drive-through where everybody ran into the oil pit, and the whole building tears up around you. And
man. It's a cool experience.
Yeah.
It was either
then Backdraft, we were in that one too.
Correct.
You remember with all the fire?
I do.
Yeah.
Don't remember if we were in California or Orlando, but that did happen.
Oh, man, I'm jealous about that.
Yeah, that was, I know you are.
I was telling Greg, I don't know why I'm intrigued with weather. I have no idea why.
You just love weather.
And my granddad, he tracked hurricanes coming through and was always really into the weather, and I guess that's where I got it from. I don't know. It's not like I'm a storm chaser, but anything that's weather related, I'll take a look at it.
If you didn't need to go purchase the equipment, you'd do it.
Speedy, it was neat because you're in there and you feel the air.
Oh, that'd
be
been cool.
And then the whole building you're in just starts flying apart. It's wild.
People are saying it's Universal Studios in Orlando.
Okay, well, maybe it was.
But
it was called Disaster at one point too.
Hey, buddy.
But I will tell you this.
No, that was a good trip. It wasn't bad.
I will tell you
good, Bob.
that Los Angeles may also have it. It may also be there too, at their Universal Studios there. Maybe at both.
Which one is that?
That's Disaster.
That's turned down for what?
I don't remember being in a
earthquake.
No, in a car like that.
No.
Train. I think we walked in.
Okay.
No. We were in a cart of some kind.
Okay.
We were
the one I remember. We walked in.
Yeah.
Nice.
Turned down for what?
Yeah, I don't recall. I'm confusing various
they're
things
all
now.
running
It's
together.
too late now.
I'm just glad y'all both survived it.
Yeah,
that was Six Flags.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Speedy, I
That
guess
was a crystal pistol.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask you this since you're an overgreeter. I don't. This is something that's happening now more than normal socially, and I think I know why. You know, we have a generation of young people that they never really talk to anybody face to face. It's always some sort of technology, and they spend a lot of times with their face in their phones.
Oh yeah, buddy.
By the way, watched two people Monday and then another one yesterday running off the road in their vehicles looking at their phones.
Yeah.
And having to pull back. And you look and they're just staring right at it.
They'll pick it up and
trying to
drive
drive, throwing gravel back on everybody. But anyway, just please drive and quit looking at the phone. So people now, you know, there's a whole generation of people. They're not socially, I mean, they're socially awkward. Like it's almost like they don't know what to do if you interact with them. And I was going to ask you because I've run into something that it's brand new. I mean, at one time this really didn't exist.
Okay.
You had people like if you spoke to them, they'd be a little bit awkward. But now it's gotten to the point. This happened to me twice now, where I have engaged someone, stranger, just because we're facing each other, or we came out of the door at the same time, from another place, and now we're in the lobby together. Where I've said, "Hey man, how you doing?" Nothing.
Nothing.
You too.
Hey,
I hate it.
Nothing.
Zip.
Nothing.
They just look at you?
They just stand there and look at you, and you go. And now my question is,
I couldn't text you. I don't have your number.
My question is, what do I do next? I don't know what to do next.
I guess you just keep walking.
I think
do I roll off and just keep on my way? Do I try again?
Call him out.
There's no chance they didn't hear me. I'm looking at you.
Yes.
Hey man, how's it going? Hey, how you doing? Nothing.
Yeah.
How you doing
No
today?
awkward. I'm okay. I mean,
nothing.
That's been around. This was am I just kind of awkward? I don't respond at all.
I'm hung in neutral.
Yeah. And now, look, this has happened here in this building, and I even brought it up. I came out of the bathroom one time. Guy's coming in from outside, has nothing in his, he doesn't have any AirPods in, his phone, all he's doing is carrying his work bag. And to your point, Rick, I said, hey, and he looked at me dead in my eyes and just kept walking.
And that kills this one here.
I wanted to follow him and ask him what's wrong. Did I do something?
You can't take that as an overgrader. You just can't.
What do you do?
Thought about it half
Have you
the day.
experienced this, Bubba? What do you do next? I don't know what to do next.
I might repeat it again.
Try it again.
So what exactly did you say? How you doing?
So picture this.
How you doing?
I'll be the guy. Okay, I'll be the person. This has happened twice. Once at a grocery store and once out in this lobby. So I'm gonna let's say you and I came out of my office, you just came out of yours, and we see each other and ask me how I'm doing.
How you doing? Not too good, I guess.
Nothing. I mean, no response.
That's what I think I would follow it with. Not too good.
No response.
This works for everything. All right then.
All right
and
then.
Just turn around.
Is that an eye at the end?
Yeah, hi 10, pal.
Eye at 10, pal.
But I thought maybe they don't like us or something. I've thought about that, but then I say hello to a stranger who I know is not mad at me, and they'll still do that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
now,
it's like, okay, you have no reason to be mad.
Here's what you would have hated.
What did I do to you?
Here's what you would have hated about yesterday.
Rick, that's funny.
I have the weird interaction. I get 0, and then I realize we're both going to the bathroom.
Oh, no.
Now I've got to walk along with you. And now I'm kind of behind. I don't know.
That's worst case scenario.
Are we going to try this again?
I don't know. I'd have gone upstairs. I'd have gone to a different bathroom.
Somebody said the person may be deaf. I don't think so. I mean, this has happened with multiple. I think there's a generation of people that we've let them become so self-involved. I don't think they know how to interact with the world.
They wanted you to text them and tell them that.
Right. That was it was strange. I mean, I've never had a no response. I'm getting it a lot. lot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She goes, "Are you trying to do some kind of you got a new woman thing?" And I went, "No."
Who was it first brought that up?
Look, I went, oh, it's not like that at all. It's not like Bewitched where she dressed up as the evil sister. It's not that at all. and it's the same person, but she changed her hair color, and all of a sudden it was a different person. It's not
It
that
also
at all.
happened on Archie Bunker one time, All in the Family.
Yeah.
Remember Gloria?
I don't know what it was, but
She got the wig, and Meathead was really liked it.
Yeah,
and,
the little curly wig she had that
yeah.
time. So, but you know, you think you're being supported. The next thing you know, now you've been turned into. She's going, what
Yeah, ladies, how are we supposed to respond to that? You make a change, and if we like it, then that means we didn't like the way you were.
Right.
If we don't like it, then there's a problem.
Then we add to the devastation. Let me say this: she looks hot. I like it. And I didn't really think, because I thought, well, I've been married.
You like it, Rick?
Well, you got you a blonde wife. You've had your blonde wife, and suddenly you look, and there comes her Auburn sister in. You're like, hey, number one.
Rick, you're on the air, Rick.
Oh, no, but I'm gonna.
You are broadcasting right now.
How about this? It looks very good.
Hey, well, what's wrong with a little role playing?
JT.
Look,
Hi,
Sailor.
sweetheart, what's your name?
Hey, hey, Sailor, port's just around the corner. You're going to make it.
Hey, how are you? How are you? No, Sherry's not here, but she'll be here in a little bit. You want to stay here a minute and just wait on her?
I'm Rick's naughty brother.
I think I'm gonna get my hair colored. We'll just have a whole new couple. But no, I just.
So how did you ever resolve it? I mean,
yeah, she finally started, like, I think, realizing, well, I changed my hair because I tried to say, you changed your hair because you wanted a different look. You wanted it to look good. You didn't think it looked good because it is shocking when you first see it. But I said, now I'm telling you that I think it looks really great. Isn't that what, if you changed and brought something home, don't you want it to be liked?
No, baby. Leave the shoes on.
Dang.
Rick!
Well, you're,
JT! Always one too many.
JT!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for a mere 5 hours each and every day. Please look at that and see if you can spare it.
Bubba, you said you had something you want to throw out.
Well, I need you guys' help on something. You know, anytime we get stuck in a situation, I like to bring it to the crew.
That's a helpful bunch.
Yeah.
For analyzation.
Sure.
I think I know where we are on this one. But,
all right.
You know, I'm going to be working with Jack State next year, and actually already working with them, helping them
I saw a picture.
to produce a coach's show.
Right.
And
Hey, Coach.
a little lead-up show called Jack State Live, where they're going to, you know, look at things going on around campus. And I'm trying to, right now, book Hams, but
There
he
it
won't
is.
return my text when I talk about it. And, of course, it's going to be hosted by Eli Gold.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And it's going to be out on location, and we're going to be taking live phone calls, which,
A lot of bread.
you know, a on-location show taking phone calls is what we call the technical Triple
baby.
Crown.
Oh,
and,
baby.
You know, we've had to deal with that here. And, you know, to do it in 3 weeks is a little tough sometimes. but,
3 weeks?
So we've had to call in help because we in-house don't have the ability to produce this kind of program right now. So
Well, that's why you're there.
Well,
to solve it.
We're working on it,
Yeah.
and we've had to call in the folks down at WEAC TV 24 in Oxford.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they're helping us, and they're going to air it, and they're going to stream the show for us.
Oh, good.
On TV, and also WOTM out of Sylacauga. Who?
Oh, yeah.
Both of those stations have a lot of experience doing ball games out. They do a lot of
yeah,
high
they do
scouts.
a lot
I watch a lot of their stuff. Yeah.
So it's that kind of all hands on effort. I mean, all hands on deck effort you have to do this kind of show. And, you know, Eli is such a legendary professional broadcaster. You know, we want to do it right and make it look good.
You better believe it.
And so we've kind of checked the major boxes, and we're still working on, you know, getting all the rough edges. We did a run through the other night.
And
it was good I thought for a first time.
okay.
Not
too bad.
And we're doing it at Apothecary on the Square in Jacksonville, the historic square.
I didn't expect that word to come out of you just then.
Yeah. Well, it's hard for me to say.
I like
too.
the vibe
And,
there. I like that.
I like those bricks, by the way.
Yeah, the bricks.
What Apothecary?
I will say this: the bricks are an interesting thing. Everybody likes the bricks. We like the way they look, but they're hard to.
The bounce and the sound and everything.
Well, they're kind of hard to light and give the depth that you want to. You know what I mean? But we're working on that. But one of the things is we're using the telephone number from one of the TV stations that they have for people who want to call in and ask questions of Coach Richrod.
You got a name.
And well, that's what I was trying to. I was trying to figure out a way to make it easier, like we always do.
Yeah.
And I've worked on this. I even went to the website that'll spell everything out, and I really can't get one that I like.
Okay.
The closest I can get, and tell me what y'all think about if this will work or not.
Okay. All right.
AL for our state. AL, me, my, one nut. Do you think that'll work?
What?
AL,
What'd you
me,
say,
my,
one
one
nut?
nut.
Me,
It's
my?
the only thing.
Me, my one nut.
Me, my. Picture Eli.
AL, me, my one nut.
AL,
Greg.
me, my one. I mean, I think you go with that.
Hey, picture Eli saying.
Well, that's
call now. AL. Me, my nut.
Me, my nuts.
I thought
No, he didn't say
it
that.
didn't say
Oh,
that,
he
Greg.
said
No,
One
no.
nut,
Nobody
Greg,
said
just one
that.
nut.
One.
Nobody said that.
No.
No, you're
So
talking about nutcracker.
I thought about even getting Eli maybe to do a little sounder of it to see
Give me
what
that
it sounds
again.
like, but
Give me that again.
I haven't
Bo.
quite worked up the courage yet.
I was about to say,
And,
Bubba,
it's,
can I be there for when you ask Eli Gold? Would he go with AL?
AL3.
AL, me, my nut?
No,
one
one
nut.
nut.
One nut.
Me, my one nut.
The line is open now. AL, me, my one nut. Call us up.
What?
We got Coach Richrod.
I don't know.
On the
if
me,
that'll-
my one nut line.
I just don't know if that'll work or not. you
Bubba,
know?
I don't think you're going to get approval on that one.
Yeah.
But I think
I would present it.
Your friends here at the show we're all
now,
in.
if we had that number, we would love it.
Oh,
wouldn't we?
we'd start.
Let's right now. AL me my one nut.
That's
growing on me. That is growing.
AL me my one nut. Wow.
There's just nothing you can do with their number the way it
Good
is.
thing you
There's
didn't
just
put
nothing
my one nut.
All right, Greg. There's no need to add to it. It's,
Now
Greg, this is one of those
Greg,
things that,
we can carry this into the ditch far enough. Okay.
It's already bad, Greg. It's already bad.
Greg, I believe the fact that Bubba just said in the microphone he's trying to get Eli Gold to say AL me my one nut. There's plenty.
Yeah.
Right. I don't even think it needs one thing added to it.
Yeah, I don't think that.
You got to go with what's available.
I don't think that's going to get approved. So
No.
we'll probably just have to go with the numbers. But
I was about to say, do you
if you're trying to remember it, AL me my one nut.
Oh,
That's not bad.
You'll never forget it.
I'll never
Or
forget it.
even better, could you see it on CG on the screen?
Oh, yeah. AL.
Call now if you want to talk to Coach Rich Rod. AL me my one nut.
Let me tell you this. I don't know what y'all going to go with, but if you don't think that y'all got a caller coming in on show one. Hey, I just want to talk to Coach Rich Rod. I'm trying to remember the number. I came up with AL me my one nut.
Hey, Rick
How do you
Dickey.
think the Cubs are going to be this year, Coach Rich Rod?
I mean, that's the only thing you'd even get close to making anything out
Hey,
of
if
it.
Dickie Nadmeyer doesn't call
You got to go with
and talk to Eli about him leaving at JSU now.
I couldn't remember the number. Stay cocky, by the way. Couldn't remember the number. I came up with something I jotted down here. I tried to remember it. AL me my one nut. Stay cocky. That's good. That's
once we have Helms on Jack State Live, y'all could call and ask him about it.
We got to have a heads up on this. Now.
Hey, let me tell you something.
He will not. When we have text back and forth, he will not return my text on what date can I book you, because I need to get this booked.
Let me tell you.
Please, if he's on there.
If there's going to be a Jack State Live and we can call in to Coach Helms
I'm in.
with Eli Gold. Please tell me what it is.
Hey, y'all don't think Nope's going to call him?
I don't know how many calls he'll take during Jack State Live, but primarily for Coach Rich Rod.
It'll be worse than that night we had that ice storm and we were prank calling ZZK.
Hey, Oompa Loompa.
Ain't nobody here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mike was hosting.
Mike don't care. He thought it was a good one.
Am I on AL me my nut one nut, please? Eli, first of all, I want to say I don't think Alabama did you right. Let's talk about Jack State. Bubba,
when that came out, I
who
thought,
do you have to approve that with?
when I looked, I thought
I'm running the list.
Rick, I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if I'm gonna send that one up the ladder. You know what I mean? I think it's gonna stop at my desk, and I'm gonna show great growth in
But if you want people to remember it, that's perfect.
I want to be there when you start, when you tell the athletic director, Greg Sykes, that. I want to see if it won't get past him, but say it did. I'd like to see you then talk to Eli Gold about it. And then I want to be there when Rich Rod hears it.
Because Eli's going to have to say it continuously.
I have a feeling Rich Rod would be like that.
Yeah, I think he's good with it.
Oh, my goodness.
Eli, where's the 3?
What letter stands for re?
What about 3 nut? 3 nut? Buddy, again, there's no S.
That's right.
Okay, there's just nut.
By the way, if Houston Nutt was the coach of Jack State, it would that would be perfect.
Well, that was a tough line.
Bubba, go ahead. Please do it.
You think I'm good just to hold that at my desk?
So.
Let me tell you this. Well, I was going to say it's a hard yes here, but I was going to say I think we're all in. I mean, we think it's great,
and we need to know ahead of time when you're having Coach Helms.
Please let me know when Helms will be on.
It'll all start Monday night.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But they are available at most everywhere you get CDs. If that place is out, try another one, or you can order it online from American Classics. They can still get it to you, excuse me, by Christmas. And if the order is $35 or more, shipping is absolutely free. So go to the website for that, or you can call them at 800.
You out there, Lord?
What's up there?
Come
Sorry
on now.
about that. I hate y'all had to watch that. You can call them at 800-325-1504 if you need information from them, too, because they're working overtime now. And you can pick those up most anywhere. Now, if you're getting into T-shirts and old CDs and things like that, the website's your best place. Also, Rick and Bubba's, the restaurant, has shirts and other CDs. American Classics Kiosk and the Galleria in Hoover. And there are a few other places that have other stuff, and all that information is under merchandise on the website at rickandbubba.com.
Rick, thank you all that have sent the definition of often. We've got that 200 to 300 times. Often meaning many times, frequently, not seldom.
Those of you that may or may not know what we're talking about, the discussion.
We won't go back into it.
Right.
But just,
Well, the discussion of kissing was brought up on the program, and we were talking about how husbands and wives, sometimes we've gotten confused. It seems to be that the romantic, intimate side of the relationship between a husband and a wife, we're having problems trying to keep people who aren't married in control, but sometimes when people get married, that true love waits versus true love gets after it seems to be flipped in our society.
Sure.
And we were discussing the biblical reference to a husband and wife coming together often.
For a minute there, I thought, I just can't hear Rick very good. I wonder why, and there was my headphones laying over.
Yeah, that makes it difficult to hear me. Jerry in Huntsville. Jerry, how are you?
Here's the first phone troll of the day, and all 10 lines are open. Calvin, Speedy, Wilbur, going to grab your phone calls, America. Let's hear from you. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will end the call. So that'll be it for you. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. This is just topics, questions, comments as they pour in at 866 We Be Big, and all 10 lines are available for you now. As you're dialing, I'm reading some of the text here. Yeah.
Who can turn out who are these people can do graphics that quick?
Nowadays, Bubba, it's amazing how quick something can be.
If you're in the office and you want graphics, it takes forever, and these people online can just zip them out left and right.
Bubba, on the text line, good advice from Tennessee. Bubba, please don't listen to your friends.
It's probably not.
Please don't listen to your friends. You're running with people that will only get you in trouble.
Call us toll free.
Call us
AL, be mine. You like me, my
yes. The fact that what kind of mind even comes up with that? Looking at your options,
Rick. There's just not a lot of options. It's just crazy. I mean, I had to go to the computer to try to figure that out.
866 We Be Big. Wesley in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. 30 seconds, Wesley. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba. I was going to congratulate you on your new job. Once I found out, when somebody told me you were the athletic director, hell, I gotta admit, I kind of laughed. But you know what? Welcome to Cock Nation.
Yeah, well, not athletic director, assistant athletic director. I have one little column of things I'm supposed to take care of.
And director of sports broadcasting.
Yeah,
is that right?
there's a lot under that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. We take care of all the signs and things too.
Really?
Yeah, like the big one out there.
What?
That's not having issues. But anyway,
sure.
Nothing breaks till the week before the first game.
No, sure. Absolutely. First games are always ready to go. 866 We Be Big if you want to join us. Let's go to John Jackson, Mississippi. John, go ahead.
Earlier this morning, y'all talking about common denominators, about people, and you're the problem. My son came to me and said, he was in high school, these coaches don't like me. And I said, you know what? You said this about all these other coaches. I said, there's a common denominator, and it's you.
Yeah. How did he take that?
It's not them. It's you.
Right. Did he receive it?
He could have been a great athlete. He just didn't want to ever put in the extra time.
Yeah, that'll stop you from doing that. That if others are working and you're not, boy, that'll come right back to you.
Yeah.
But I respect you for being a good dad and making him realize that every single coach he's ever played for can't be out to get him. That maybe he's the problem. We continue. Let's go to Taylor out of Georgia. Taylor, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was listening to Bubba make the suggestions for the number that he had. And I know he's trying to work with what he's got, and I played around with it a little bit, couldn't come up with anything. But I think he needs to get a new number and have it ELI Gold.
Okay. All right.
No, I think I like what he's got.
Yeah. That almost is too professional.
Yeah.
I was thinking about how Eli has felt about us. Some of you are texting it in the past about our lack of professionalism. And I wish I could be there when one of the very people he said that about will now present his new number. Golly. I got to find. Everybody else is going to Jacksonville. I'm going to.
It was our stick.
I'll catch a ride with Greg. Let's go to Aaron out of Illinois. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great, sir. Just had a quick question. I know we had National Radio Day yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do our smart devices know what song y'all are going to play even before they start playing?
Bubba, I'll go to you.
Say that one more time. I didn't understand.
He said, how do the smart devices know what song we're about to play before a radio station ever plays it? Do they?
I still don't understand.
I
what do you
listen
mean
to
by
you on my iHeart app?
Yeah, time out.
Yeah.
You listen to us on the iHeart app, and what is it now that?
Like with my iHeart app, like the song that y'all are about to play, when y'all come back, will pop up on my GPS and say, like, what that song that y'all just came back to, it just pops up on my screen. Like, it already knows ahead before y'all even come back on the air.
You mean the RDS display?
Yeah,
not
but how
GPS,
can it? How
right?
can it know it before it can't? It doesn't know when I'm putting in the CD player or on my phone, right?
How soon are you talking about? How early does it show you that?
Probably about 30 seconds before y'all come back on air, it'll flash up on my GPS screen because my phone is linked with my GPS as well.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know exactly, other than if you're. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I have to get on the whiteboard on that one.
That's a tough. I wonder because sometimes, Aaron, does it do it every single time?
Yes, sir. Every single time.
Okay. Well,
when y'all come back from break.
There goes that theory. Because sometimes I'll play something off of my iPhone, and I wonder if that would enable it to see what I've got pulled up ready to go. But when I play a lot out of CDs, I don't know how it would know what the CD player has queued up ready to go.
Well, and also what you hear is going through some delays.
Correct. Yeah.
Along the way, and maybe the digital part of it is not delayed. That's some of the embedded
Well, you know
stuff.
what?
I don't know though.
You know what? That's probably it. I think what
throwing
Bubba's saying
Jello at the wall here because I really hadn't thought about
is
it.
the most likely that it's picking it up before you get to. It's not knowing. You're just not hearing it as quick as it knows it. It's not figuring it out before I actually play it. It could.
Well, it may be when you load it, Rick. It may fill a slot and it can read the data ahead of time. I don't know.
Even the CD though, that seems odd. Yeah, I could almost see the two iPhones interacting.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's interesting. Really, but it probably has to do with according to how you're getting the show and where you hear it. How long does it take for you to actually receive it?
If it's giving you advanced information before it happens, I would try asking it, is the market going up or down today? And see what it does.
Who wins in November? Jamie and Chelsea. Jamie, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to talk about that. So the reason it's a little bit faster on the iHeart stream is because they have their own commercials, and it's a different stream. So it'll be like a few seconds before because you're feeding into their stream. So that's why he's saying, like, he can hear it on his phone before it plays on the actual radio.
He can see it on
Does
his
that
phone.
make sense?
Yeah, he can see it on his phone that it's coming up before he actually hears it. Yeah.
So you may be actually playing it already before
Right.
the iHeart stream goes
I agree.
back to our feed, and it's
Exactly.
already in their reader.
That
so
makes
to
sense.
speak.
It really does.
Yeah.
I think that's most likely. Let's go to...
Or we have another mystery.
Barry in Gadsden, Z93. Barry, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. First of all, I want to say that we're praying for Bubba and Hamzy on their new adventure.
Thank you, sir.
And, yeah. And so what we want to hear is how Jerry and Beth Mullins would discuss that thing that y'all been talking about, Bubba.
Oh, good night.
Good
Hey,
night.
Beth, I don't know. I can't.
Remember, I said it probably shouldn't go any further.
Yeah,
Remember,
right.
I was doing that.
You kept it at that.
Hey, we need to call. If y'all want to talk to Eli, y'all got to use our number, Beth. Well, I don't even remember what it was. Well, let me tell you something, Gary. It's easy to remember. It's AL me, my nut one.
No, it ain't it, Beth.
Beth.
Come on, Beth.
Eli didn't seem too fond of it.
Didn't like it.
He asked for a timeout. Who's this Bill Bubba Bourgeois?
Nobody.
Going rogue.
He's good. Not too professional. Like Beth. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour.
Pass.
All right. So, Bubba, maybe not.
Maybe not. I think I'll just hold that one.
We're for it, but that's probably not the best advice. We'll be back. We continue the Rick and Bubba show. We'll get a few more discussion topics on the table. We'll hit them all. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People get married, that true love waits versus true love gets after it seems to be flipped in our society.
Sure.
And we were discussing the biblical reference to a husband and wife coming together often.
For a minute there, I thought, I just can't hear Rick very good. I wonder why. And there was my headphones laying over.
Yeah, that makes it difficult to hear me. Jerry in Huntsville. Jerry, how are you? Welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. Good morning.
Thank you. It's Jerry Lynn.
Hey, Jerry
Lynn. Welcome.
Jerry Lynn.
Hello.
Jerry Lynn.
I have one more comment about Austin.
Okay. Sure.
And you were talking about the biblical principles, and the Bible says that a wife is to be submissive, right?
Well, yes.
So Austin should be as often as the husband wants it to be.
Well, now you're getting into a gray area, but I think that it should be, sure, but the whole thing about everybody freaked out about the part about submission, and I don't
even that really, Rick, that can of worms don't even belong in this discussion. How about if you have common sense, you know what often means, okay?
That's right.
You don't have to have a college degree or be a rocket scientist. You pretty much know what often means, unless you're Bill Clinton.
Well, and I think when you look at it, the reason why that
he
is...
know what he is, so we wouldn't know often.
The reason why that is, the Bible, is talking about if a man and woman have that part of their relationship in check and is satisfying...
It keeps a lot of other problems from popping up, so to speak.
Yeah, Paul says come together often so you don't burn with passion and cause each other to sin in other areas because you're focused on something else.
Sure.
Take that off the table.
It's like having
in some cases, I guess, put it on the table.
Yeah, and it's kind of like having a good lunch. Then you're not hungry in the afternoon. You know what I mean? You can carry on, do what you have to do. You don't have to be, thinking about chocolate pie.
And I guess what I'll do, I'll tell the people in the audience that are freaked out by the husband and wife relationship from a biblical standpoint. I want you to do the work, okay? Because I don't want to make that easy. Especially ladies who are bothered
Rick,
by
what are you talking about?
I'm just going to say this. Go to Ephesians in the Bible where it talks about a husband and wife. If you ladies can find that man, you won't have a problem being submissive.
Sure.
If you can find him, don't forget to read the part that the Bible requires from the man.
Get the whole story.
Yeah, and if your man meets that criteria, you won't have a problem having him in charge of your household. Matter of fact, you're probably one of the happiest women on earth. So it's two ways. So be sure and read it all, and don't panic and freak out. 877 We Be Big is the number. Let's go to Kathy, and
Pontotoc, Mississippi, Rick.
Pontotoc.
I got it right, didn't I, Kathy?
I think so.
How about that? I know my Pontotoc.
Look, Kathy don't even know how to say it.
It's a tongue and lip twister.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the show.
Hey.
I think I tried to combine show and program in one word.
Are you all right?
Did you say shogun?
Hey, if y'all need me, I'm on vacation. I'm out of here. I've been gone.
What highway are you on?
I'm already on my first hunting trip. Well, go ahead.
Okay, I've been married 31 years this past summer.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't get my kiss every day, we just go crazy. I kiss my husband just about as often as I look at him, I guess you could say. neither of us are working now. He's retired, and I quit driving a school bus from Tuscaloosa, Alabama 2 years ago.
You know, well, didn't you say there's a study about marriages where the husband kisses his wife on the lips every day before he leaves?
Yes, and several of you have brought that up, and it's been several years ago. I think Paul Harvey probably talked about it one time. Men that kiss their wives on the lips before they leave to go to work live an average of 5 years longer and average making like 20% more income than people who did not. Hey, love makes the world go round.
Sure it does. Well, Kathy, congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Let's go to...
Yeah, here we go. Glad to be here again. MyPillow.com/bigbox. Boy, the savings continue. If you haven't gone to take advantage of it, do it before things change as we celebrate 30 years of Rick and Bubba and winding through year 31. MyPillow joins us, and part of the celebration, boy, these deals right now, Premium Queen MyPillows, $19.98. So they've got that patented adjustable feel. It adjusts your exact individual needs, regardless of your sleep position. It's fantastic. $19.98 there. $25 for their 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets. Their famous bed sheets, $25. And also right now, you can get these My Sandals, slides, or My Slippers, $25. Beach towels, you'll never need another. They're the best you've ever owned, $25. Couch and recliner pillows, $25. And also don't forget all their socks right now are 40% off. And those white slide sandals, great for college showers, locker rooms, things like that, $9.50. All this at mypillow.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we didn't get to this story earlier in the week, but you remember back during the Republican National Convention, a lot of hype over one of Donald Trump's granddaughters. Is she granddaughter?
Yeah, granddaughter. Yeah.
Who was very good at golf. I understand, very good golf player, and that he announced that she has signed a college scholarship to play where she's going to play.
Yeah, at the University of Miami.
Okay.
So that was big news, and now Barron, his son, has graduated, and he is going to be going to college in New York. It says
Yeah.
New York City.
Yeah, New York City.
University. Yeah.
So young Barron, they've announced where he'll be going.
Yeah, at a mere 6'7".
He didn't say much, does he?
He's a little quiet right now.
He's not as bombastic as Dad
or some
and the other brothers and sister. Now I noticed that once again we're hiding Tiffany. We don't see a lot of Tiffany. Probably best. What's up with Tiffany Trump?
I don't know what she's doing now.
You know, she was.
She graduated college, didn't she?
Yeah.
I heard she's like anytime you hear this, a social media personality. She can be a little bit of a wild card. So I don't know. If you know, you don't hear much about her during this run. It's we have the Trump marriage is pretty impressive. The ones that came from the combination of him and Ivana.
Yeah.
Those three. Yeah. Then, of course, you see Barron. He seems to be, didn't say much, but seems to be an impressive young man. Tiffany, that was when That's when Trump went kind of away from the business tycoon type of female and went a little more dancer.
Yeah.
A little more.
I thought you talking about Marla Maples?
Yes, correct. Ivana, she created a business of her own. I mean, she was very, very good in business. Like ran the Ritz in New York City for a while. And as a matter of fact, Sherry saw a documentary on Trump's life before becoming president and said that really the rub that happened there was she became so successful at business that they really weren't seeing each other much. And he kind of was like wanting to say, I kind of wish I had a wife that, I kind of come home from work to a wife and she was just as into business as he was. And they started kind of having a hard time, spending time together. So then the Marla Maples thing, that didn't last very long, but that was a little different approach.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what Tiffany's doing. You don't hear a lot about Tiffany, do you? Has she made an appearance?
Didn't she speak at the
she did at the
convention
RNC back when he
first time
the first or second time he was running. I remember that she spoke, but I don't know that she spoke this last time. I don't think she did. Of course, Barron didn't either. So I mean, I'm not trying to read.
Even there.
I think
young Barron was there for a little while, I think, because I think I remember Trump.
Well, he can't hide.
He's big. He's a big fella.
He's a big one.
Yeah. So
I bet he'll be on their basketball team.
Yeah.
I saw something last night. We were flipping through the channel, and I got on this. Anytime there's something like Deep Blue or whatever, where they explore the oceans, I'll stop in a second.
I love that.
I'll do it in a second.
Yeah.
And they were I guess breaking down the mating habits of a humpback whale.
I'm sorry, what now?
Oh, I saw the previews of that.
And then they went on to the second episode was the sperm whale and all this kind of stuff.
Watch it.
Wow, big animals.
Let's just not.
But
couldn't they call that whale something?
they talked about
We need to change that
their
name.
breeding site and all this kind of stuff, which is off.
Wait a minute.
Caribbean.
Is this the one where the killer whales came in to kill the cat?
Yes, that's what I was bringing up.
Wow.
Have you? Whoa! What? You talking about working together?
I saw that.
I think there was about 11 orcas that attacked.
They
the
get
calf.
A plan. They get a plan together.
Yeah, and riding mama, to kind of stop it. Looking at me like that. That's what the calf was doing to try. And mama was trying to protect her, the humpback whale, and the orcas. It's like the males would get in front of it to slow it down, and then there'd be one that was. It looked like lions, is what it looked like.
What I couldn't believe, because they had that.
It's terrible. They get it.
The crew was up in a one guy was in a helicopter, and so they're trying to tag one of these humpback whales.
Humpback.
That has a calf, and then all of a sudden the boat is racing out to try to put the thing
tracker. They were going to track the calf and mom and see how long it took them to get there if they did.
And then all of a sudden, the guy in the helicopter says, "Hey, there's something else. What else is that?" And buddy, he looks, and it is an army of orcas, and they realize there's a calf, and they are coming to dine. And
did you see him call out for the other one?
Yeah, and
whatever, and calls out, and here comes 6 more.
Then here comes another pod of
they
it.
come.
At one time, they had 18 orcas surrounding this whale and the calf. And as Speedy said, some would try to get in front and slow down the mom. The others would torpedo the calf, knocking it off her back.
They all had a job. It's
but there's
safari.
so many.
Like,
No, that's not one calf ain't going to feed all of them.
Oh, it's big, Greg.
Calf didn't make
longer in this room, buddy.
Well,
you don't
sure,
realize how
but
big
then-
they are.
But the calf
18
didn't make
orcas?
it. The calf didn't make it.
No, it did. Finally, they got it off, and they try to.
And they lay on top of it where it can't come up and get air.
Yeah.
And then they all die.
My goodness.
But to watch them work and watching these animal people, because they always
nature's cruel.
Yeah,
man.
it is brutal.
But they have a little bit of the attitude that we all should be more like animals. But things like this get real inconvenient.
Yeah.
And you can see they're getting upset about these whales that they've been obsessed over now being eaten by other animals. And they start trying to, this is just they have to eat too, and you can see them working out, but yet they're kind of being upset watching it, and this is hard to watch, but let's keep this has never before been filmed before. These orcas organizing to take out, knock this baby off the mama's back and eat it, and it's so terrible to have to watch this. But I mean, this is, and then they kind of changed their whole routine, and they said, hey, let's see if we can put one of these trackers on one of these killer whales, see where they go.
Well, we back years ago
attack boats.
in a job before I ever got here, I had to sell the Trials of Life video.
Oh my God!
It was it was one of our per inquiry advertisers, and so they'd sent me one to look at, and I thought, wow.
Yeah.
When that shark came up on the beach and got that seal, I mean, that was the opening scene. You know, you thought, well, the seal made it.
Yeah.
And then here comes that shark. I mean, he is way up on the beach when he gets up.
That seal's going down.
Yeah.
We're now watching some footage on the screen.
Hey, Seal, get in the center of the iceberg. Good night. What are you doing? Move.
Well,
tired.
Have you ever seen them just throw the wave up there and knock them off, though?
Yeah. They're very, Hey, very smart.
So
very
smart.
Hey, but the way they
Smart
worked
animal.
together, everybody had a job. Back to old Humpback. Everybody had a job. They broke down video almost like a game. It's like, all right, let's break it down.
Gosh, the ones that torpedoed too, they would just torpedo.
Doing and the five-man weave. And the way they hit.
Well, they were talking about how smart it was too, that they're trying to protect where they're susceptible,
right,
and their jaw and all this. So when they would go to hit them, they literally would turn their head the right way as not to injure themselves.
Yeah,
and there's a lot going into it. Mm-hmm. You don't want to see a pod of orcas show up.
I would have liked to have seen another humpback come help.
Humpbacks are not known for their fighting ability.
Yeah, they're
well, they can.
They're not the most.
And you need them to
creature.
spell Mississippi.
Yes.
That's good.
Humpback.
But if that calf could just get to that first year, it
and what
really
was
got it made.
What was the
almost.
name of the series?
I gotta look it up. I was watching
Sperm whale.
No,
Greg.
Greg, when you go back to where that name came from, it was a mistake. And now that we know that what they were saying isn't correct, a simple change of name would have been great.
I don't know
just
the
a
history of it.
simple change of name.
I've never have.
You know how easy that would have been?
Yeah.
To say, hey, a bunch of whalers, they're a little bit crude, and they thought they had something here. That's not what they said it was. So we're changing the name.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's going to be a new name. And maybe you name it after.
We've had committees that change the name of schools, bases, streets.
Sure.
But we can't get the science community involved, apparently, to change the name of a few fish and one outlying planet.
Yeah, right. And it just doesn't seem to be that difficult.
Ocean Explorers. Ocean Explorers is the name of it. I watched it on Hulu.
Yeah, it's a series.
80 feet long. 80 feet long.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The podcast will be available soon after on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. Hebrews 11 continues today, the Hall of Fame of Faith. So a couple of things we hit. This was early in the show, and a lot of people were sending this. Bubba and I have talked about this story many times. When we were there for the Music City Miracle, there's a documentary now called The Murder of McNair. And when I hadn't realized this, and I guess a lot of people were trying to make this obvious. Adler even mentioned it in passing, and you and I have seen this, Bubba, this video so many times. I guess I didn't pay attention that this is actually the icon on Netflix, and it looks like I may be the murderer.
Yeah, you're standing behind him like you're the one that did it.
Yeah.
It says the untold story of the murder of McNair, and it shows me standing behind him as if I'm the murderer.
I know. It's like you're part of the story.
I mean, if you looked at this, wouldn't you
What'd
think
you have against Steve?
Rabid fan kills quarterback? That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I didn't think of that. I look like I'm the murderer.
You look like you're licking your lips, getting ready for murder.
That's
Could
right.
they not get Rick, he played in the NFL pretty good while. Could they not get another picture that didn't have you right there in it?
You would think they would have.
It's a miracle, Greg.
So
Like at the Super Bowl?
I guess
Yeah.
it just dawned on me that they have me back there like I'm the one who did it.
Rick, I think you're more prominent in the picture than Steve McNair.
Somebody's saying Steve McNair let himself go.
Which one's McNair?
But the reviews on this, they're not very good.
And some people are thinking, wow, Jeff Fisher, he blew up.
Wow, Jeff Fisher.
What happened to Jeff?
Jeff Fisher has been in the cornbread. He did have another helping. So anyway, I don't mean to come across as the murderer. It was a nice story for Bubba and me, but now it's taking on a weird narrative. But they're saying the Netflix documentary about the killing of Steve McNair, not by me, of course, is it said it's not any good.
Yeah, we're getting some of that.
We are.
They're saying save your time, just Google the information. It's better than what they try to put together on the documentary.
Yeah, on the Untold series on Netflix, which is this is what it is. It's like with the
they did the same
stuff
thing
or whatever.
with Mantateo. They just had to cut it off. You only got an hour.
You only have an hour, but at least in that you learn some things you didn't know.
Yeah, but
and this one
they abruptly shut it off.
Yeah, the critics are saying you kind of really you really already know it's like what's new? What do we?
I know
not
there
know?
was I don't know if it was a 30 for 30, but there has been a documentary about this. That's all I'm saying.
Here we
There's
go.
a few
Now
conspiracies out there.
All right, so what do you mean? All right, so here's the story that I thought when you just had the news coverage. McNair had somebody on the side that was not his wife that he had set up in a condo or something, right? A townhouse, something like that, yeah. And he would go over there and spend time there like a second family or something like that. And then somewhere along the way, this other woman came in while he was either sleeping or sitting in the recliner and killed him.
And then killed herself.
Yeah. Right?
Was that the? We got conspiracies.
Is that the basic story?
Maybe set up different. I don't remember.
But and you're saying what conspiracy? What do you mean? Who's out to get Aaron McNair? But why? Why somebody want to kill Aaron McNair?
I forget what the story meant. I mean, I saw it. I just don't remember it. But I bet this one will touch on the same thing.
Was it she didn't want the breakup to happen?
I don't know. Or was there a breakup even coming?
Or
what?
I don't know. I'm just telling you there's a conspiracy theory out there.
Somebody else did it and set it up like she did.
Yeah.
It says that it's kind of like apparently maybe Kevin Costner produced it, that they just leave you hanging. They never close you. They don't present anything. They never really wind it up, and they just kind of leave you.
If you're going to do this thing, you got to have more than an hour on these shows.
Yeah, you need to do a mini series of some kind or something like that. But we go back to the Aaron McNair, back to just the football side of things. Back to I know y'all think that all roads lead to Jack State, but we were also involved in it. It a lot of it does, and continuing. But we saw Aaron McNair play in Jacksonville against Jacksonville State when Dad was still coaching there, and wow,
he was just a sophomore.
Wow.
And then the next year Jacksonville went there, and you remember he was hurt.
I didn't know. I don't
and
remember
all of a
that.
sudden they put him in the game in the second half, and they come back and won.
Oh, wow. So when we played them at Jacksonville, all I remember is that it seemed like because we would play teams when Dad was still in Coach Maniscalco on the staff, we were still running what I call the Oklahoma Sooners version of the triple option, meaning everybody in the backfield, including the quarterback and the fullback, can all run. I mean, everybody's quick, everybody's
play
fast,
offense.
and then here we come. And a lot of big plays. So when you would face teams that just didn't have the ability to stop the triple option, we would score mounds of points. And so it looked like we were going to beat them by 40 points.
Yeah.
And then Aaron McNair got to slinging it around and got to running and throwing and running. It became this one-man show.
Yeah.
And Jacksonville State still won 45-44 or
But
something.
it became a shootout.
Yeah.
The first half wasn't, but the second half was.
He came out in the second half, and we couldn't do anything with him. And of course, they still couldn't do anything with our offense either.
Yeah,
but
a lot of scoring. If you liked offense.
But it was the craziest. I mean, some of the plays he made and stuff were just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
it's fun to watch.
And to me, he was, from a quarterback standpoint, when you have that combination of, you know, every time you see a quarterback that likes to use his feet, the dig against them always is they go to their feet too quick.
Right.
Wait. Be a drop back passer first, and then let your feet break the heart of the defense when they think they've got you. Well, McNair probably did that as good as anybody.
Absolutely.
He could stay in the pocket and throw the ball.
He stayed in there, but on third down when he would spread the field and he just needed a few yards, he was tough to stop.
And he was good to get the first down, then get out of bounds, then come right back and do it again.
Take the big hit.
Yeah. And and then of course they say they do show the 99 game when he throws it to Dyson and he's 1 yard.
We were at that
We were
game.
there.
Yep. In that end zone.
You and I were there. So anyway, well, I hate that they're saying the documentary isn't that great because it doesn't really. But maybe one of the reasons it doesn't solve anything is nobody knows what to tell you other than what happened, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, no other evidence or anything like that.
She
right?
was a waitress that worked at a some type of restaurant or coffee house that he owned.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I guess so. So they're saying that in this it says that she was upset. Because
this is the ending here.
She got a DUI?
That's what it says.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I won't get into all
She
that.
took the DUI a little serious.
Well, yeah.
It is a serious thing, but you don't need to end like that.
And there's also a much bigger lesson here, and I don't mean any ill will toward the McNair family or be disrespectful and all that, but you can't ignore, and I think Steve would tell us that himself if he had the opportunity. Maybe the way that God said to do marriage is the way to do it. Could be that.
Just less headaches.
Yeah. Maybe God is not, the killjoy that sometimes we make him out to be with all these barriers, that these barriers, as you've heard us say, are actually blessings. And when he says you can enjoy this and the barriers I put on this between one man and one woman, a husband and a wife, stay inside my barriers. There's all sorts of gifts I've given you that I approve of, and you can enjoy yourself to the max. And then when we go, I think I'll try some other system. There's a reason that system probably was forbidden because it's a bad system.
Yeah, trying to save you from a headache.
Right. Yeah, and so that's that deal. And I've been as guilty of it as anybody. That we always, even when we decide to get into scriptures, and I did this in the early days too. So I'm just as guilty of it as anybody. Going to look for what was still allowed because that sin nature is still so strong, as opposed to spending more time on what was commanded. And what was commanded was the best thing for me. And it always is. Yeah. If he's the beginning of all this, he probably knows the best way to do it. I bet he knows.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around. If you've missed any part of the show, don't miss those archives every day to grab any of the show you want on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.